Okay, good evening, everyone. We'll wait for another 2 minutes to start our discussion. Another 2 minutes we'll wait. After that, we are going to start our discussion. Yeah, I will explain that Dirichlet conditions. Okay, let us start the concept. Yesterday, we started jet transform. We stated x of z equals to sigma minus infinity to infinity. X of n z power minus n is the definition, sir. The relation between two complex variables we said as z equals to e power s into. So in terms of DTFT, we are writing the answer as xn multiplied by r power. And we said when r equals to 1, radius is 1, z transform DTFT, both definitions are equal. Z transform invented by two fellows. One is Raggajini, the other one Jade, in 1965. 1965, two things were happened. One is invention of jet transform. The other one, our butterfly structure FFT, which is our last topic of discussion. So my background today is those two fellows only, Raggajini and Jade. They are the inventors of jet transform. Okay. Yesterday, with respect to ROC, what are the two relations we have learned is a power n un is having jet transform as 1 by 1 minus a z inverse with a mod z greater than mod a. Left sided sequence minus a power n u minus n minus 1 is having jet transform as same thing with a mod z less than mod a. So whenever the standard jet transform is one of the form 1 by 1 minus a z inverse or z by z minus a, first we are writing a power n answer, sir. Once you feel signal is multiplied by, once you feel signal is right sided, ROC is outside the circle with largest pole in magnitude. They are the inventors. They are the inventors of jet transform. Don't be tense. Raggajini and Jade. I have written their names. Okay. Whenever the jet transform form is 1 by 1 minus a z inverse or z by z minus a, first you write a power n, sir. First you write a power n. After writing a power n, if you feel signal is right side, multiply by un. If you feel signal is left side, what you have to multiply? Minus u of minus n minus 1. Minus u of minus n minus 1. Okay. For a finite length signal, what we said in S-plane, that is Laplace domain, the ROC becomes complete S-plane. ROC becomes complete. But here, for a finite length signal, ROC is entire jet plane with an exception, sir. Except z equals to 0 or z equals to infinity. For a finite length signal, ROC is complete jet plane with an exception. Z equals to 0 or z equals to infinity. In Laplace transform, we have not observed any exception. What is the reason for that exception? Let us take few examples. When you take a discrete impulse del n, which is occurring at origin, blindly we can say its jet transform is 1. Sigma del n jet power minus n means del 0 jet power 0, 1. So ROC becomes complete jet plane. ROC becomes complete. But if you have taken del of n minus 1, a delayed impulse, del of n minus 1, sir. What is the time shifting property in jet domain? We can take x of n minus n naught corresponds to jet power minus n naught into xz. Jet power minus n naught into xz. Based on that, what is the jet transform for delayed impulse? Or del of n minus 1 means answer is z inverse. Answer is. So when you take answer as z inverse, what is the exception now? When you take answer as z inverse, what is the exception now, sir? Entire jet plane except 0. ROC is entire jet plane except 0. Because if you substitute jet plane 0, answer becomes 1 by 0 infinity or not. Or without saying that mod z greater than 0. Without saying that mod z greater than 0. Mod z greater than 0 means we are excluding 0, sir. Mod z greater than 0 means we are excluding. Similarly, if you take del of n plus 1, now according to shifting property, what will be the answer? Z power minus n naught means simply z. What is ROC, sir? Entire jet plane, complete jet plane, except z equals to infinity. Or without writing that, you can say mod z less than del of n minus 1 means impulse exists at 1. Means finite length signal or not. Del of n plus 1 means impulse exists at minus 1. So whenever we are taking a finite length signal, what will be the ROC in jet plane? Entire jet plane with an exception, 0 or infinity or exception. Generally, when 0 will be exception, if the impulses are covering the positive index. If you take impulse at 2, 3 also, 0 will be exception. If the impulses are covering positive. When infinity will be exceptions are when the impulse exists on the negative side, minus 1, minus 2 sample, minus 3 sample. When the impulse exists on the negative side, then infinity is exception. Okay? Don't forget this point. Only ROC based questions regularly you will get from jet transform. Listen carefully. Only ROC based questions. You should listen very carefully, sir. So whenever you take a finite length signal, what will be the ROC? Complete jet plane except 0 and infinity. Except 0 and infinity. Okay. Del of n minus 1 means a positive sided impulse. Del of n minus 1 means a positive side impulse. Exception is 0. Del of n plus 1 is a negative side impulse. Exception is infinity. So in general, you can also say that what is the jet transform for a delayed impulse? What is the jet transform for a delayed impulse? We can also say, sir, z power minus n naught. If I take z inverse means sample exists 1. See the cursor, everyone. If I take z inverse, sample exists at 1, sir. If I take z cube, sample exists at minus 3. If I take z cube, sample exists at minus 3. Okay. Z power minus of the number denotes the impulse location. Z power minus of the number denotes the impulse location. Okay. What we studied yesterday is, if you take a right-sided signal, what is the ROC? If you take a right-sided signal, outside the circle with largest pole in magnitude. We have to go for largest pole magnitude. Why magnitude? Our concept mod jet. Magnitude of the pole is our concept mod jet. Whereas if you take a left-sided signal, ROC is inside the circle with the smallest pole in magnitude. Out of the two given poles, take the smallest pole with respect to magnitude. Whereas if you take a two-sided signal, ROC becomes annular region in the jet plane. Annular region means it is bounded by smallest and largest pole in magnitude. For a right side signal, outside the circle with the largest pole in magnitude. Left-sided signal inside the circle with the smallest pole in magnitude. Two-sided signal means it becomes annular region in the jet plane. What is the meaning of this word annular, sir? It is bounded by smallest and largest pole in magnitude. It is bounded by smallest and largest pole in magnitude. That is what annular region. So let us verify these points. Finite length signal, just now we have done verification. For a finite length signal, what we said? ROC is complete jet plane with exceptions. 0 and infinity are exceptions. Let us observe when we have multiple poles, then how we are going to check the ROC and the respective signal. Right-sided signal means what is the ROC we are saying, sir? Outside the circle with the largest pole in magnitude. Left-sided signal means inside the circle with the smallest pole in magnitude. Two-sided means it becomes annular region in the jet plane. Two-sided means annular region in the jet plane. Let me explain one simple example on this concept. Observe here, everyone. Suppose we have chosen a rational jet transform like this, sir. 1 by 1 minus half Z inverse into 1 plus 3 Z inverse. According to our formula style, where are the poles? 1 by 2 and minus 3 are the poles. 1 by 1 minus AZ inverse is our standard formula, not from first slide. Come on, friends. 1 by 1 minus AZ inverse is the standard. So first you do partial fraction enjoyment. When you solve for residue after partial fraction, here Z inverse replaced as 2 means that becomes 1 by 7. Here Z inverse replaced as 2, sir. For getting this residue, Z inverse replaced as minus 1 by 3. 1 plus 1 by 6, that becomes 6 by. According to our formula notation, A number minus 3 in the second case. 1 by 1 minus AZ inverse. 1 by 1 minus AZ inverse. That is a formula or not? So, there are 3 chances. If you want to make the signal as a right-sided signal, take the largest pole in magnitude. In magnitude, which is the largest pole, we have pole at 1 by 2 and minus 3 means magnitude of the largest pole is what, sir? 3. Everyone see here how this is shown in the jet plane. We are having one pole at 1 by 2. Unit circle is reference. We are having another pole at minus 3. Okay. Draw the circles of different radius. Now what is the shaded portion we are saying, sir? It is lying outside the circle of radius. 3 units. Take the largest pole in magnitude. So what is our observation? With respect to pole 1 by 2, ROC is outside. With respect to pole minus 3 also, ROC is outside. When you write the inverse, both are right-sided signals. So 1 by 7 into 1 by 2 whole power n. Come on. According to our previous slide, right side signal multiplier un, left side multiplier is what? Minus u of minus n. So with respect to both poles, ROC is outside means multiply by which terms are? Un. 6 by 7 minus 3 power n multiplied by again un. With respect to both the poles, ROC is outside. What is the second possibility here? Signal may be left-sided. Signal may be left side means take the smallest pole in magnitude. Which is the smallest pole in magnitude, sir? Out of 1 by 2 and minus 3. Out of 1 by 2 and minus 3, which is the smallest pole? Less than. So draw a circle of radius 1 by 2. Unit circle generally we are taking as reference for checking stability. Another pole at minus 3. But what is the shaded portion for us? Inside the circle of radius. Inside the circle of radius 1 by 2. Now what is our observation? With respect to the pole minus 3, ROC is lying inside. With respect to 1 by 2 also it is inside. As they are inside, both are left side sequences are. Come on. 1 by 7 into 1 by 2 whole power n multiplied by left side means minus u of minus n minus 1. Second term 6 by 7 minus 3 power n multiplied by which term? Minus u of minus n minus 1. With respect to both the poles, it is left side. With respect to both the poles, it is left side. What is the last chance we have? What is the last chance means? Signal may be two-sided, means it is lying between the two poles. 1 by 2 less than mod z less than 3. That is what we said as annular region. It lies between the two poles. Everyone see the graph. We have a pole at 1 by 2. We have a pole at 1 by 2, sir. Unit circle is reference. Another pole at minus 3. Another pole at minus 3. So now, what will be the shaded portion we are choosing? Lying between the two poles. Lying between the two poles. 1 by 2 to 3 or not? It lies between the two poles in the jet plane. 1 by 2 to 3. So in the last case, which pole is right sided and which pole is left side? Mod z greater than 1 by 2 means pole 1 by 2 right side. Mod z less than 3 means pole minus 3. So 1 by 7 into 1 by 2 whole power n multiplied by un. 6 by 7 minus 3 power n multiplied by which term? Minus u of minus n. We solved a similar model in Laplace also. Whenever we have two poles, there are three different ROC conditions or not? Whenever we have two different poles, there are three different ROC conditions. Instead of right of the rightmost, left of the leftmost, now what is the enjoyment, sir? Instead of right of rightmost, left of the leftmost, what is the enjoyment? Outside the circle and inside the circle. Correct or not? Outside the circle and inside the circle. Carry on, make a note, try on your own, try that model. Everyone tell me, out of the three cases where stability is guaranteed, by looking at the ROC, tell me where stability is guaranteed. Come on, friends. Where stability is guaranteed. Excellent. Annular region. ROC must include unit circle in the jet plane. Very good. Don't feel unit circle is including the small circle. Don't feel left side sequence stability is guaranteed. Wrong. Shaded portion ROC must include unit circle. Last case it is stable. ROC must include unit circle. Last case it is stable. Never forget magnitude of the pole in jet transform mod z. Mod z, sir. Magnitude of the pole. Okay. Annulus means it is bounded by smallest and largest pole in magnitude. Annular region means it is bounded by smallest and largest pole in magnitude. When you have a pole at 1 by 2 and minus 3 with respect to magnitude, which is the largest pole, modulus of minus 3. Modulus of minus 3. You always see with respect to the pole whether ROC is outside or inside. Like in Laplace, we observed right of the rightmost or left of the leftmost. Now we have to check what's that. With respect to this pole 1 by 2, ROC inside. With respect to pole 3 also, it is looking like inside. Both are left side signals in the second case. Correct or not? For stability, ROC must include unit circle in the jet plane. Okay. Let us discuss the next model. Find the ROC of the given signals without finding jet transform. Looking at the signal only, you observe the nature of the signal, then you can decide the ROC. There is no need to calculate its jet transform. First signal, everyone can recognize what samples it is covering. -2 to 1. Means it is a finite length signal first of all. It is a finite length signal first of all, which contains a positive side impulse as well as negative side impulses. According to our first slide, if impulse exists on the positive side, what is exception, sir? 0. If an impulse exists on the negative side, what is exception? Infinity. So what is the correct answer for the first bit? Signal is finite length, which includes both positive and negative index, means entire jet plane except 0 and infinity. Entire jet plane except 0 and infinity. Without writing theoretically, mod jet greater than 0, less than infinity. Entire jet plane except 0 and infinity. Okay? Entire jet plane except 0 and infinity. Without writing that, mod jet greater than 0, less than infinity. As we have a positive sided impulse, what is exception? 0. As we have negative side impulses, what is exception, sir? Infinity is exception. Second signal nature, come on friends. 1 by 2 whole power n into un minus u of n minus 10. Now it is finite length or infinite length. Second signal nature, finite length or infinite length. Un minus u of n minus 10 bracket term corresponds to 0 to 9 only. Finite length signal. That index un minus u of n minus 10 meaning is only 0 to 9. What will be the ROC? It is finite length, covers positive samples, means what is ROC? Entire jet plane except 0. Finite length signal with positive sided samples. Positive sided sample 0 to 9 means positive index or not? Entire jet plane except 0. Without writing that, mod jet greater than 0. Entire jet plane except . What about the third bit? 1 by 2 whole power n plus 3 by 4 whole power n multiplied by u of n minus 10. Both quantities are multiplied by u of n minus 10 means they are covering what index, sir? 10 to infinity. U of n minus 10 means 10 to infinity means infinite length signal. Infinite length signal, that is right sided signal. It is an infinite length signal right side. Take the largest pole in magnitude. Out of 1 by 2 and 3 by 4, which is the largest pole? 0.5, 0.75, which is the largest pole? 3 by, it is an infinite length signal that is right sided. For a right side sequence, we said outside the circle with the largest pole in magnitude. Outside the circle with, oh, cool. Outside the circle with the largest pole in magnitude. Think about the last bit, D bit. D bit. 1 by 3 whole power mod n. Like we studied e power minus a mod t, two-sided exponential in continuous case. A power mod n forms a. A power mod n. Mod n means sum of right and left sided sequence. What is the ROC in the last case? What is the ROC in the last case? For the last bit, what is the ROC? Roll of finite or infinite or bacha. If the signal is finite length signal, you can have 0 or infinity or exception. Infinite length signal means you have to check whether it is right side or left side. That is what I prepared a table in the first slide. Na? Finite length signal, right side, signal left side. There is no need to calculate Z transforms. See here. Modulus of n meaning is plus n for positive index, minus n for negative index. We know positive index discrete case starts from 0 to infinity. Negative index is stopping at minus 1. So we can write the fourth signal as 1 by 3 whole power mod n as positive index I am multiplying by un. Negative index 1 by 3 whole power minus n, u minus n minus 1. Don't look for that extra negative sign because now we are not checking Z transform. And for that, what is the last term added? Oh, minus sign is given, no problem. Minus 1 by 2 whole power n. Every one of you can recognize this is 3 power n u minus n minus 1. 1 by 3 whole power minus n is what, sir? 3 power n u minus n. Out of 1 by 3, 1 by 2, two right side sequence are there. Which is the largest pole? Out of 1 by 3 and 1 by 2, 1 by 2 is more. This is a left side sequence. Automatically, what is the answer? 1 by 2 less than mod z less than. First signal is a two-sided signal. Everyone see the cursor, a power mod n form. Modulus of n meaning is plus n for positive index, minus n for negative index. That can be written as 1 by 3 whole power n un plus negative index means we are stopping at minus 1 u minus n. 1 by 3 whole power minus n. Already one more term is there, sir. Out of 1 by 3, 1 by 2, 1 by 2 is more. This is left side less than 3. 1 by 2 to 3. 1 by 2 to 3. If I ask one more bit like 2 power mod n. Now you tell me what is the ROC for 2 power mod n, sir? One more bit. N less than 0 means u minus n minus 1. N less than 0 means where the samples are covered minus infinity to minus 1. For that, In terms of step sequence, there is a multiplier. What is the ROC for 2 power mod n, sir? Come on, friends. Does not exist is the answer. Because it is 2 power n for positive index, 2 power minus n for, that can be written as 2 power n into un. 2 power minus n is like 1 by 2 whole power n less than 0 means u minus n. What is the ROC for individual terms? Mod z greater than 2, mod z less than. No common ROC. ROC does not exist. Mod z greater than 2 means 2 to infinity. Mod z less than 1 by 2 means 0 to 1 by 2. No intersection portion. There is no intersection ROC for us. Gone. No common ROC. Think about the left side model. X of n equals to minus 1 whole power n un plus alpha power n u minus n naught. What are the constraints on alpha and n naught to get this annular region ROC? ROC lies between 1 and 2. Means annulus. Why it is annulus? We have already taken sum of right and left sided signal or not. The given signal is sum of right and left side signal. That is the reason ROC is annulus. Annular region. Okay. Enjoy. What is alpha and what is n naught? What is alpha and what is n naught? In jet transform, as ROC is always dealt with the magnitude of the pole, mod z greater than modulus of minus 1, that is 1. But second term, mod z less than mod alpha, u minus n naught indicates left side sequence. By comparison, mod alpha is 2, alpha may be plus or minus 2. You should not say plus 2 or minus 2. Plus or minus 2 is correct. N naught can be any value. Don't have a wrong thought. As we derived the formula for alpha power n u minus n minus 1, it must appear like that only. You can take alpha power n u minus n plus 3 or alpha power n u minus n minus 5. That will not change our ROC condition. Generally, time shifting property will have exceptions as 0 and infinity, sir. Time shifting property exceptions are 0 and infinity. Given ROC indicates they are already exceptions. Given ROC indicates they are already. So magnitude of the pole is our concept. So alpha is plus or minus 2. N naught can be any value, arbitrary. N naught can be any value. You can take N naught as any number that is not affecting our ROC, because given ROC is 1 to 2. That means 0 and infinity are already exceptions for that. 0 and infinity are already exceptions for that. How any value means? Bacha, N naught I assumed here minus 3, here plus 5, here 1. How any value means? What, how, when? The given ROC is decided by alpha, not by its index. It is left side or it may be right side. Some samples may exist on the right side, but ROC is not affected. Answer the right side question. I hope everyone everyone can tell the correct answer. Sum of right and left sided sequences are taken. What is the condition that must hold on A and B for the existence of Z transform? Come on, friends. First one, mod Z greater than mod A. Second term, mod Z less than mod B square. So what is the common ROC? It should lie between A and B square. So which value should dominate? Which value must be more? B square must be. So mod A less than mod B square is the answer or not? As it should lie between the two poles, B square must be more than A. Good, good, very good. Most of you have answered. Good. Think about this problem. Z transform of a sequence is given by 1 minus Z inverse divided by something 1 minus 1 by 4 Z power minus 2. Mod Z greater than 1 by 2, find the signal value at n equals to 2. The given ROC indicates signal is right sided. Mod Z greater than 1 by 2 meaning is given ROC indicates signal is right sided. Signal is right sided. Okay. Denominator can be written as, for your idea, 1 minus half Z inverse into 1 plus half Z inverse. Denominator you can write like that, sir. Partial fraction. A minus B into A plus B form. So when you solve for residue here, partial fraction expansion. Z inverse equals to 2 means numerator minus 1, denominator 2, sir. Means minus 1 by 2. Partial fractions you should do. Z inverse place 2 means close this term. In the rest of the term, Z inverse place 2 means numerator minus 1, denominator. Z inverse place minus 2 means numerator 3, here 2. Z inverse place minus 2 means numerator becomes 3 divided by, from the given ROC, what is the inverse Z transform? You can write, sir. From the given ROC, what is the inverse Z transform? You can write. Mod Z greater than 1 by 2 is the given ROC means automatically signal right side. A power n un form. A power n un form. Anyway, where the signal sample is expected means n equals to 2. Minus 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 whole square. 3 by 2 into minus 1 by 2 whole square. 3 by 8 minus. Answer is 1 by 4. Asked for x2 sample. First you have to perform division, partial fraction expansion. Then you will know the answer. The given ROC indicates signal is right-sided sequence A power n un form, directly n place substitute 2. This is minus 1 by 8 plus 3 by 8, sir. 1 by. Another style is, as you want beginning sample at n equals to 2 only, normal division also you will get the answer easy manner. Okay. Normal division also. See here everyone. If you perform normal division, first time 1 minus 1 by 4 z power. Next some lambda z inverse. I am not bothering about impulse at 1. Automatically next multiplier is 1 by 4 z power minus 2 or not. Automatically next multiplier is 1 by 4. What we observed just now in the beginning of this slide, del of n minus n naught means the respective z transform is z power minus. So z power minus 2 means it is a sample at 2 or not. Z power minus 2 means it is the impulse at 2 or not, sir. So what is x2 result? 1 by 4. Partial fraction enjoyment, answer same. General division also answer is same. Z power minus 2 means it is the impulse at 2. What is the amplitude it is having? 1 by 4. That is what asked in the question. X2 sample, sir. X2 is 1 by 4. Perform normal division, then also you are retaining the same sample. I have written lambda z inverse. The reason you want which sample in the question? Only at n equals to 2 we want the answer. Actually, in one of the exam, the question is framed like this. X of z is 1 by 1 minus z power minus 3 mod z greater than 1. That fellow want x2 and x3 samples, sir. So what is the signal amplitude at 2 and 3? 1 by 1 minus z power minus 3. Given ROC indicates it is right side again. Given ROC indicates right sided. Denominator is like a cube minus b cube, a minus b into a square plus ab plus power action. Simple division is easy. First start with 1. 1 minus z power. What is the next multiplier? Plus z power minus 3. Like that it is continued. What is the meaning of 1 according to z transform expression? x0. What is the meaning of z power minus 3? x3 sample. Alternation of 0, 3, 6 like that. Automatically no z power minus 2 means what is x2 sample? 0. What is x3 sample amplitude? Simple. Instead of unnecessary partial fraction overaction, normal division has given easy answer or not? General division. Here, by giving this data asked about x2, x3 samples, no z power minus 2 multiplier means amplitude 0. Z power minus 3 coefficient 1, sir. Z power minus 3 coefficient is 1. Think about the right side question. The Z transform of a real and right side sequence has exactly 2 poles. One pole is at e power j pi by 2. If one pole is at e power j pi by 2, other pole is conjugate. Whenever the signal is real, complex poles or zeros can occur in conjugate pair. For a real signal, complex poles or zeros can occur in conjugate pairs. So one pole is at e power j pi by 2 means other pole conjugate. There are 2 zeros at origin. If capital X1 is 1 means Z transform at Z equals to 1 is 1. Out of the 4 options, which is correct? Everyone solve and tell me. Very simple model. Just substituting poles and zeros, you know the answer. Very simple question, sir. K z square by introduce gain z minus e power j pi by 2 into z minus e power minus, that can be written as k z square by z minus j into z plus j, which is k z square by z square plus, since x1 is 1, what happens if you substitute here? K by 2, that will make k number as 2. Z plus 1 you substitute, k by 2 is 1, k is, therefore xz is 2z square by z square plus. How to find out the ROC? What is the word used? Right sided. Right side means what is the ROC, sir? Mod z greater than the magnitude of the pole. Pole set plus or minus j, magnitude 1. Pole set plus or minus j, magnitude of the poles is 1 or not? Mod z greater than magnitude of the pole. Arey bacha, second pole complex conjugate, one pole at e power j pi by 2 means other pole e power minus j pi by 2. Control system also you are learning that minus zeta omega n plus or minus j into omega d. Whenever you have a real signal, complex poles or zeros can occur in conjugate pair. One pole at plus j means other pole at minus j. Then only the signal will be real. I hope everyone completed this model. Let us go to the next model. It is a very old gate paper question, but excellent question. Almost 2005 time question. 2005. The given discrete time signal is having certain jet transform. It is orthogonal to which of the given options? What is orthogonality condition? We know in time domain, area under product of two signals must be 0. Area under product of two signals must be, if one of the signal is complex, we may take conjugation also. If area under product of two signals is 0, then we can say the signals are orthogonal to each other. So the given jet transform xz is orthogonal to which option? Is the question. As it is given in gate paper, hardly you should take 2 or 3 minutes time for your thinking. Hardly you have to take 2-3 minutes only. So what is the easiest way to answer this question is expand x of z expression, expand that summation. Wherever the samples of x of z are occurring, for that location yz sample should not occur. It means suppose x of z is having impulse at origin, sir. Y of z should not have impulse at origin, because if both are having impulse at origin, it cannot make the product as 0 or not. So the simple way to deal this question is expand xz and check the location of the impulses. In that location, y of z sample should not occur. Okay? Very easily you can say the answer. Sigma 0 to infinity 3 power n by 2 plus n into z power 2n. N plus 0 means answer is 1 by 2. N plus 1 means answer becomes z square. N plus 2 means 9 by 4 z power 4, like that series. 1 by 2 means impulse at 0. Z square means impulse at minus 2. This is impulse at minus 4, like that. First, let me see y1z expression. What is the expansion of y1z, sir? According to the given summation, sigma 0 to infinity 2 by 3 whole power n means 1 plus 2 by 3 z inverse plus 4 by 9 z power minus 2, like that. Jump y1 means sample at 0. This is sample at 1. Already x of n also has sample at 0. So this cannot be orthogonal. Y1z cannot be orthogonal to xz. But if you see y2z, what is the expansion of y2z, sir? What is the expansion of y2z? N plus 0 means z inverse. N plus 1 means 4z power minus 3. N plus 2, 5 square minus 2 means 23z power minus 5, like that. Now where the impulses are occurring, z inverse means impulse at 1, z power minus 3, impulse at 3, impulse at 5. So clearly the locations of samples of xn and y2 of n are different. So which signals are orthogonal? X of n and y2 of n both are orthogonal. Wherever the samples of x of n are occurring, for that index y of n should not occur. If you look at the expansion, xn samples are there at 0, minus 2, minus 4. But y2n samples 1, 3, 5. Both are having different location. When you multiply them, answer is 0 only. No overlap portion. No need to check C and D. Both have sample at 0. No need to check C and D option. But don't have a wrong thought. This way we should proceed. Another simple example I will tell you. Suppose I have taken 2 samples like this. Even the location of time index is same, still the product is 0, sir. 1 into 1, 1 into minus 1. Don't have that wrong thought. For answering that problem in easy manner, this is the technique. Suppose signals are given like this, still the area will be 0 or not. Product plus addition, 1 into 1, 1 into minus 1. The resultant is 0. To answer this question, easy manner, that is a technique. Okay. Expand x of z and check the location of samples. Y of n should not occur for the index. Y of n should not occur for. Think about this problem. H1z is 1 minus pz inverse whole inverse. H2z is 1 minus qz inverse whole inverse. Means this is our formula only. Don't be tensed. 1 by 1 minus az inverse form formula, sir. Hz is h1z plus r into h2z. PQ numbers are given 1 by 2 and minus 1 by 4. Mod r less than 1. Mod r less than 1. If the 0 of the transfer function lies on the unit circle, 0 means numerator root. What is the exact value of r? This is asked for ECE in one of the gate paper. Very good question. H of z is given as h1z plus r into h2z. What is h1z? 1 by 1 minus pz inverse, p number half, r into 1 by 1 plus 1 by 4 z inverse. Known data I am substituting first. Try to solve for numerator term. Why I am solving for numerator term? 0 of transfer function lies on the unit circle. The statement indicates magnitude of 0 is 1. 0 of transfer function lies on the unit circle means magnitude of 0 equals to 1, sir. Okay? Magnitude of 0 equals to. Think, solve for numerator term. Solve for the numerator term, then you will know. What is the numerator term here? 1 plus 1 by 4 z inverse plus r into 1 minus 1 by 2. So 1 plus r z inverse into 1 by 4 minus r by 2. If you take 1 plus r multiplier common, sir, I am taking 1 plus r common. The reason for that is our Z transform style is 1 by 1 minus AZ inverse form or 1 plus AZ inverse. So this quantity is the location of 0. This quantity, take 1 plus r common. This quantity is the location of, as magnitude of 0 equals to 1, as magnitude of 0 equals to 1, one time 1 by 4 minus r by 2 by 1 plus r equals to plus 1, one time. Another time 1 by 4 minus r by 2 by 1 plus r equals to minus 1. Magnitude means plus or minus 1. Solve for r. 1 by 4 minus r by 2 is 1 plus r. Minus 3r by 2 is 3 by 4. R is minus 1 by 2. One answer. 1 by 4 minus r by 2 is minus 1 minus r. Take r this side. R by 2 is minus 5 by 4. R equals to minus 5 by 2. Wrong answer. Why it is wrong? What is the condition on mod r? Less than 1. So what is the correct number? Minus 1 by, as it is stated, 0 of transfer function lies on unit circle. As it is stated, 0 of transfer function lies on unit circle. What do you have to do? Equate the magnitude of 0 to 1, sir. This is 0 location. If you have 1 by 1 minus AZ inverse, you are saying A is the pole or not. That way I have converted. Equate that magnitude to 1. You know the location. Arey bacha, it is appearing like 1 plus AZ inverse. 1 plus AZ inverse numerator term means numerator roots are zeros or not. Denominator roots are poles. Numerator roots are zeros. It is stated 0 of transfer function lies on unit circle. Automatically equate the magnitude to 1 plus 1 minus 1. Minus 5 by 2, wrong answer because of the given condition. Let us move to next example. The pole zero diagram of a causal and stable discrete system is given. The zero at the origin has multiplicity of 4. 0 at z equals to 0 repeated 4 times. Impulse response of the system is Hn. If small h0 is 1, starting sample is 1, we can conclude what? What is the nature of the impulse response asked? If you look at the pole zero plot, poles are occurring in conjugate pair. Real part, imaginary part means poles are occurring in conjugate pair means one clarity we have is what? Whenever the poles are occurring in complex conjugate pair, signal may be real. Signal is 100% real. So the choice is between A and C. Real for all samples, real only for even samples. Choice is between A and C because the poles are occurring in conjugate pair. But out of A and C, which is the correct option? Out of A and C, which is the correct option? Observe here. Transfer function can be written as kz power 4. Denominator is very big term. Z minus 0.5 minus J 0.5 into Z minus 0.5 plus J 0.5. As well as Z plus 0.5 minus J 0.5 into Z plus 0.5 plus J 0. Because all are complex. When you simplify, you are going to retain the answer something like this. That is not a big deal. A minus B into A plus B, A minus B into A plus B. I can write this answer further as 1 by 1 plus 0.25 z power minus 4. Since starting sample is 1, our gain is 1, H0. Everyone see here. Once you start performing division, what will happen? First multiplier 1 plus 0.25 z power. Next 0.25 z power minus 4. After z power minus 4, what term you will get? Lambda z power minus 8, beta z power minus 12. Some numbers, don't bother about it. 0, 4, 8, 12. It means samples are retained for which index? 0, 4, 8, 12, like that. Fourth table. Our fellows in the exam, they felt as the samples are defined for 0, 4, 8, 12, emotionally they have chosen Hn is real only for even and gone. If 4, 8, 12 are even samples, 2, 6, 10 are odd samples, at that location, what is Hn amplitude? 0 or not? Even 1, 3, 5 also it is 0. Correct answer is what? Hn is real for all n. The direct hint that is available in the problem is, as the poles are occurring in complex conjugate pair, 100% signal real, sir. The choice is between A and C. Emotionally, some fellows have solved for a transfer function. In the process of simplification, what mistake they have done? After division, sir, they got samples like this, 0, 4, 8, 12. They felt only even n. N equals to 2, 6, 10 also even index. That samples are not occurring. So Hn is real for all n is correct answer. Hn is real for all. How H0 you found? Are bacha, H0 is 1. Starting kya hai? Horizon sample H0 is 1. That is what mentioned. इसीलिए gain 1 किया. H0 starting samples are impulse response at 0. These are all H of n samples. 1 comma 0 0 0 minus 0.25 comma like that. First you write transfer function, complex poles and zeros are occurring in, not zeros, complex poles are occurring in conjugate pair. We have 4 zeros at origin. After simplification, this answer, when you find inverse for few samples only, I can write. You are going to write Hn as what? 1 means del n 0.25 del of n minus 4 lambda del of n minus 8 means which samples are occurring impulse response 0, 4, 8 like that. They may be even index, but 2, 6, 10 also even index. At that location amplitude 0. So correct answer is Hn is real for all n. The first hint that is available in the question is, what hint? Complex poles are occurring in conjugate pair means 100% signal is what? Real. Complex poles are occurring in conjugate pair means 100% signal is real. That is the first hint available. Let us move to the next model. What is the jet transform of this signal? A power n u minus n minus 2 form. A power n u minus n minus 2 form means it is left side or right side, sir? The given signal is left side or right side? Left-sided signal. Apply time shifting property of jet transform and tell me what is the correct answer. We clearly know our standard form is like A power n u minus n minus 1. Our standard form is A power n u minus n minus 1, but now it is given as u minus n minus 2. You check whether it is left shift or right shift. You check whether it is left shift or right shift. Then you can answer it. Hint I have given. Application of time shifting property. Use time shifting and tell me correct answer. Denominator I don't want. 1 plus 1 by 3 Z inverse. Denominator is fixed. I want only numerator. It is left shift correct. Very good. I want a numerator of YZ. Denominator I will tell you 1 plus 1 by 3 Z inverse. That is fixed answer. 1 plus 1 by 3 Z inverse. Sir. If I take x of n plus 1, it is a power n plus 1 u of minus of, we have that u of minus of n plus 2, but in the exponential power, what adjustment you need? For the application of that shifting property in the exponential power, we want n plus 1 or not? We want. Now it is in the correct form, like here. Observe here. Now it is in the correct, having n naught equals to minus 1. Shift is, take the Z transform. First minus 1 by 3 whole inverse is what? Minus 3. Minus 1 by 3 whole inverse is, because of time shifting, Z power minus n naught, minus 1 by 3 whole inverse is minus 3. Because of time shifting, Z power minus times the Z transform of original signal means 1 plus 1 by 3 Z inverse with opposite sign. Why opposite sign? Left sided sequence. Given signal is left side, sir. So numerator we got as 3Z. First minus 1 by 3 whole inverse minus 3. Time shifting means Z power minus n naught times original signal Z transform with opposite sign. That is the correct answer. How many of you got correct term in the numerator? Only one fellow has given 3Z. Rest of all fellows their own terms. First solve the left side question. If you don't answer the left side question, it is shame on you. Very easy model. Come on, friends. Very easy model. Left side example. One fellow want previous slide. 1 minute, sir. Dekho beta. Yes. Please answer me this question. X of n is 1 for 0 to 5 finite length signals, sir. Gn equals to xn minus x of n minus 1. First difference we have taken. Find gz with ROC is the question. Find g of z with ROC. Very simple problem. What is gz answer? Come on, come on. X of n samples are covered from 0 to 5 X of n minus 1 samples are covered from one to after subtraction with sample jumper 1 to 5 samples cancellation. So you can write G of n as simply what, sir? Del n minus del of n minus 6. We are left with one impulse at 0, one impulse at 6 with middle negative sign. So what is the jet transform? 1 minus jet power ROC becomes entire jet plane except 0. We have one impulse at 0, another impulse at 6, positive edge. Positive side impulses means finite length signal, positive side means 0 is exception or not. 1 minus jet power minus 6 is the answer. We have one sample at 0, another sample at 6. So entire jet plane except this is called as a comb filter that generally used in TV receivers for separating color and black and white component. They are called as luminance chromances. Let me give some idea for you. See here. To convert transfer function to frequency response, we are replacing Z as e power j omega. 0 to pi range, if you draw, the graphs are 0 to pi range. Whatever the frequencies we are stopping, whatever the middle frequencies that are stopped, for that frequencies, maybe you are choosing black and white component. Whatever the frequencies it is making the peak amplitude or magnitude level, maybe for that frequencies it is choosing the color component. That is what in TV engineering called as luminance and chrominance. Of course, if you study TV engineering, then only you will understand this. There are multiple applications of the problems which we are solving in jet transform. Recollect everyone yesterday's discussion. We said xn minus x of n minus 1 as a high pass filter or not. This is used in MTI radars, moving target indicator radars, where we are getting a problem called as clutter that is obtained from weather returns. To cancel that problem, we are using MTI radars. In few minutes, we are learning time reversal property, sir. Time reversal property of jet transfer. Wherever we are getting echo problem, to cancel that effect, we are designing a reverb filter. Reverberation filter means all pass filter. We will make entire room magnitude level as 1 such that echo can be cancelled. That is a technique. All these application parts of the topics I am explaining exclusive for IES fellows, speech audio radar signal processing users. But for understanding that speech audio radar signal processing, they must be thorough from yesterday's class onward, jet transform, DFT. If they understand all the topics, then only that further emotion. Okay? Remove the bad feeling from your mind. Signals is mathematics. That is a bad feeling. We have so many practical applications. You should come to that level for understanding. Another property known as exponential multiplication or scaling in jet domain. That also we are learning in few minutes. Normally, daily you are using touchstone dial telephone or keypad. The keypad of your cell phone is called as DTMF signaling, dual tone multi-frequency. For generation of that, we require some DFT tones. That is linked to jet transform as well as algorithm called as Gargill algorithm. All these are application parts. But to come to that level, first you qualify GATE. Enter into IITs or NITs, do MTech in signal processing, then further emotion. There are so many practical applications. This is one application of this example. But what we require, how to solve the problem only we require, not further emotion. But for IES students, some basics I am going to discuss in speech audio later on, not immediately. After completion of the topics later on. Okay? Chod. Now everyone solve the right side question. Solve the right side problem. Z transform is given and it is stated signal is left-sided, find xn. Is it proper Z transform or improper, sir? Is it proper or improper? Numerator power is more than denominator means improper. First you perform division, then you can write inverse. First you perform division. After performing division only you can write. Perform division first. Z square means Z cube minus 2Z square minus 2Z means what is the next multiplier? 2Z. That becomes 2Z square minus 4Z. It means it is Z square plus 2Z plus 2Z by Z minus 2. What is the condition stated in the problem? Signal is left-sided. Write the inverse Z transform such that every term is left-sided. That is the condition mentioned. Recollect, we studied del of n minus n naught. Z transform is what? Z power minus n naught. Del of n minus. So what is the inverse of each component, sir? Z square means del of n plus 2. Z power 1 means del of n plus 1. Z by Z minus A, our formula left side sequence means A power n multiplied by minus U of minus n. Z by Z minus A, left side sequence means A power n multiplied by minus U of minus n minus 1. Okay. The given Z transform expression is improper. Perform division to convert the to proper form. Perform general division to convert the to proper form. Then you can say what is the answer. Oh, in between Ragajini and Jade, I am also looking smart. Good. Build up. Anyway, we should always move by the conditions, sir. It is stated signal is left side or not. It is stated signal is left side. Z square means impulse Z minus 2. Z power 1 means impulse Z minus 1. Z by Z minus A left side means A power n multiplied by minus U of minus n minus 1. So I hope you have completed. I am going to the next point, sir. The next point which we are discussing is called as exponential multiplication or scaling in Z domain. Exponential multiplication or scaling in. Listen first, everyone. If xn transform pair with xz having ROCR, then alpha power n xn transform pair with x of z by alpha with ROC mod alpha times R. One term we use is exponential multiplication. What is that exponential term? That is multiplied alpha power n. What is happening in Z domain, sir? Scaling x of z by the new ROC becomes mod alpha times R. Actually, in DTFT chapter, we have learned this property. Last chapter, we have learned this property as frequency shifting. Everyone see here. See my comparisons always. Frequency shifting. How that frequency shifting now converted to this form is e power j omega naught is taken as alpha symbol. To convert DTFT to jet transform, what is the change we already know? Z. See here everyone. This is treated alpha power and x and internally e power j omega divided by e power j omega naught. E power j omega divided by means z by alpha not sir. So their frequency shifting in the DTFT frequency shifting property, what is the name now? Instead of frequency shifting, what is the name now? Scaling in Z domain or exponential multiplication. Exponential multiplication or scaling in Z domain. I will discuss the known example only for everyone for easiness. What is the Z transform of UN? We know, sir. Unit step sequence Z transform is what? 1 by 1 minus Z inverse mod Z greater than 1. Z transform of unit step sequence. If I take a power n un, its appearance is like alpha power n xn. I am assuming alpha as a alpha power n xn or not. Right side x of z by alpha, z place what is our replacement? Z by a whole inverse, which is 1 by 1 minus a z inverse with new ROC, original ROC 1 into mod a, original ROC r into mod alpha. Actually, yesterday we derived this formula. From that we substituted a place 1. Now opposite enjoyment, only to verify the property. Only to verify the unit step sequence Z transform we know as 1 by 1 minus Z inverse mod Z greater than 1 sir. I want to apply the scaling property. Apply scaling property. So a power n un means Z place Z by alpha, Z by a whole inverse. So this is our standard relation with ROC mod alpha times R. With ROC mod alpha times. Please try this question, those who have completed that. Consider the pole zero plot shown below. For a signal x of n, we have two zeros at plus or minus j, single pole at 1 by 2. Two zeros at plus or minus. Find the Z transform of yn equals to 1 by 2 whole power n xn. What is the Z transform of 1 by 2 whole power n xn? That is the question. Enjoy. It is looking like alpha power n xn form. What is alpha number now, sir? 1 by 2. Calculate x of z, you will get y of z. Calculate x of z, you will get y of z. Come on, come on. Write xz, you will get yz. What is x of z? We can say from the pole zero plot, sir. Z plus j into z minus j by z minus half means z square plus 1 by z minus According to property notation, alpha 1 by 2 here. So what is the Z transform? Y of Z is x of Z by alpha. That is x of 2Z. In the original expression, Z place what we are substituting? 4Z square plus 1 by 2Z minus 1 by 2. 4Z square plus 1 by 2Z minus. Don't bother about ROC because no condition is mentioned in the question. Don't bother about ROC. K multiplier you can take, sir, if you want. Because no condition is stated, I have avoided it. If you want, you can take. First, find out from the pole zero plot XZ. Then simple property alpha for an xn is x of Z by. Here Z is replaced as 2Z. Z is replaced as 2Z. Next property we are observing here is named as a time reversal. What is the time reversal property of Z transform? If x of n transform pair with xz having ROCR, what is the Z transform of x minus n? Answer is x of Z inverse with ROC 1 by R. In Laplace, we studied x minus t as x of minus s. X minus t as x of minus s with ROC minus R. Why the ROC is minus R there? To make right half of the S-plane as left half of the S-plane. To make right half of the S-plane as left half of the S-plane, only negative sign sufficient, sir. But now why it becomes 1 by R? Why it becomes 1 by R? To make outside the circle as inside the circle, we have to choose opposite ROC. To make outside the circle as inside the circle, we have to take opposite ROC. That is the reason ROC is 1 by R. Okay. Theoretically, we can say this property like this, sir. Theoretically, reflection in time domain is inversion in Z domain. Taking time reversal is called as reflection. When you take reflection in time, what will happen in the Z domain means inversion. Z becomes Z inverse or not. ROC is main bachas. Original ROCR, here it becomes 1 by R. Why? To make outside the circle as inside the circle, we should choose opposite ROC. To make outside the circle as inside the circle, sir. Let us try this question, everyone. A causal signal is having Z transform as. A causal signal is having Z transform as Z by Z minus 0.2. Find the Z transform of its even part with ROC. Everyone recollect what is even signal definition in time domain. Signal plus folded version by 2. Signal plus folded version by 2. Carry on. Xn plus x of minus n by 2. अरे इतना आसान क्वेश्चन भी पूछ रहे. From this pole zero plot, what is xz? You can write 2 zeros at plus j minus j, z plus j into z minus j, single pole at 1 by 2. What is the question asked? Find the z transform 1 by 2 whole power and xn. What is alpha? 1 by 2. Substitute x of 2z. In the original z transform, z place 2z substitute. Over. Think and answer me this model, sir. What is the Z transform of its even part with ROC? That is the question. Every one of you know what is even signal definition, time domain. Xn plus x minus n by. We can add the jet transforms only when we have intersection ROC. That point you check. Because the word causal is used, take the largest pole in magnitude greater than 0.2 or not. Greater than 0.2. Everyone check. Common ROC possible or not now? Come on, come on. What happened to you? Common ROC exist or not? Tell that, what is that? You can add the jet transforms only when we have common ROC, sir. So the even for jet transform is xz plus x of z inverse by 2. ROC of xz mod z greater than 0.2. X of z inverse means 1 by r, less than 1 by 0.2 means less than 5. So the intersection ROC lies between 0.2 to 5. Add the answers. Z by z minus 0.2. Z inverse by z inverse minus 0.2 divided by 2. Common ROC is there, sir. 1 by 0.2 becomes 5. Greater than 0.2, less than 5. Slightly variety question I will give. Take 5 minutes time and answer me. Slightly variety question. Find the autocorrelation function of xn equals to a power n un mod a less than 1. Every one of you know autocorrelation function definition is signal convolved by folded version. What is the autocorrelation function of a power n un is my question. Think and answer me. क्या रे इतना slow है आज? For each problem I am giving time for you. Okay, बेटा. Answer करो. What is the autocorrelation function of a power n un? You can apply jet transform easily. ऐसा reduce करूंगा. Apply jet transform, sir. Jet transform means here convolution converted to multiplication. Xz into x of z inverse concept. Enjoy करो. When you take jet transform here, you can feel some symbol Rxz equals to xz into x of z inverse. But you can multiply them for intersection ROC only. 1 by 1 minus a z inverse is original transform, we know. X of z inverse means 1 minus a z inverse whole inverse. For this ROC mod z greater than mod a, for this ROC mod z less than 1 by a, opposite to original ROC, no problem. common ROC lies between mod A to mod 1 by A. As mod A less than 1, A 1 by 2 means 1 by 2 to 2, sir. As mod A less than 1, if A number is 1 by 2, 1 by 2 to 2. Right? Simplify. How you are going to retain the time domain function? At least one fellow. Y less than 1 by A. So like right side sequence mod Z greater than mod A. Reversal what we mentioned just now. 1 by R bola na. इसीलिए less than 1 by A. Greater outside becomes inside. Mod Z greater than mod A. Right side signal. It is reversed. Mod Z less than 1 by mod A. 1 by R is the ROC for time reversal. If you multiply by Z, it becomes Z by Z minus A into 1 minus. Do partial fraction expansion for Rx Z by Z. Do partial fraction expansion for Rx Z. I dragged Z in the denominator. See here everyone. Z plus A means I will get 1 by 1 minus A square. Z plus A residue. For getting this residue, Z plus 1 by A, sir. 1 by A minus A means I will get A by 1 minus A square. Solve for the residues correctly. If I substitute Z plus 1 by A here, 1 by A minus A means mathematical simplification is left here. Now I am cross multiplying Z. Now I am cross multiplying Z. So Rx can be taken as 1 by 1 minus A square Z by Z minus A one term. Another term AZ by 1 minus less than 1 by 1 minus A square Z by Z minus A normal only. A power n even right side sequence. What happens if I take here AZ by AZ division, sir? If I am making AZ division with the negative side, if I am making AZ division, means indirectly I am taking minus AZ common. 1 minus 1 by AZ inverse or not? 1 minus 1 by A inverse. Okay? Everyone listen here. This corresponds to which ROC? Mod Z greater than mod A. This corresponds to which ROC? Mod Z less than 1 by mod A. First term right side term, second term left side term. So what is the inverse of each component? You can say, sir, Rx of n equals to 1 by 1 minus A square. Due to the first term A power n un. Due to the second term minus becomes plus, left side sequence opposite sign or not? 1 by A whole power n u minus n, which I can write simply as A power mod n by 1 minus A square. You already know mod n meaning, plus n for positive index, minus n for negative index. 1 by A whole power minus n means A power minus n or not? 1 by A whole power minus n means whole power minus. This mathematical adjustment you must be careful. After doing partial fraction expansion, Z by Z minus A term corresponds to right-sided sequence, we know. This second term corresponds to left side. Sum of right and left side is two-sided sequence. So this is the answer. You solve the same problem by our graphical method, then you see the beauty. A power and un Z transform you solve by graphical method. Then you will know what is the advantage of following this approach. Then you will know what is the advantage of following this approach. When I am explaining autocorrelation, cross correlation of continuous, some fellows cannot stop their emotion. Why can't we do for a discrete signal build up? Today we are doing. Yesterday also in DTFT we have done one problem. Autocorrelation, cross correlation can be done for both continuous and discrete signals. It can be done for both continuous and discrete. There is no limitation. Continuous signals we can do, discrete signals also we can. But this simplification you must be careful. This mathematical simplification you must be careful. Okay. Follow the steps carefully. Do partial fraction expansion also carefully. You will get the answer. Reflection in time domain is inversion in Z domain. Reflection in time domain is inversion in Z domain. Now I am asking one theoretical question for everyone. Listen carefully and answer me. Theoretical question. System condition. I want what is the definition of minimum phase system, maximum phase system, non-minimum phase also called as mixed phase, and the last one linear phase. With respect to phase response, there are four possible systems. With respect to phase angle, there are four possible systems for us. Minimum phase, maximum phase, non-minimum phase, or mixed phase, linear phase. Now I am speaking in Z domain, not in Laplace domain. Linear phase, yesterday only we checked at some problems. Whenever you have symmetrical or anti-symmetrical impulse response. Symmetrical or anti-symmetrical impulse response means 100% linear phase is positive. Condition in Z domain, now we are speaking. Minimum phase means all poles and zeros must lie inside the unit circle. All poles and zeros must lie inside the. Maximum phase means all zeros outside the unit circle. All zeros outside the. Non-minimum phase or mixed phase means one or more zeros. Not every zero, one or more zeros outside the. Whenever we are discussing stability, normally our emotion is towards poles only. Then what is the significance of the numerator root zeros? Why we need zeros? Zeros are needed for two purposes, sir. One purpose, to convert the unstable system as stable system wherever the unstable pole is located. To cancel that effect, introduce zero exactly at that location. That is the reason we require zero. Another advantage is they will also contribute phase response. They will also contribute phase response. Second and third case, poles must lie inside the unit circle for stability. In the second and third case, I mentioned only about zeros. Second and third case, poles must lie inside the unit circle, sir. If all poles and zeros are lying inside the unit circle minimum phase, every zero outside the unit circle means maximum phase. One or more zeros outside the unit circle means mixed phase. Symmetrical anti-symmetrical impulse response means linear phase. Let me give some examples. If I take transfer function something like this, we have all poles and zeros inside the unit circle. 100% it is minimum phase. But if I take the same transfer function something like this, if I am taking same transfer function like this, what is the location of the zeros? We have zeros at z equals to 2 and 4. We have zeros at z equals to 2 and 4. Both zeros outside the unit circle means maximum phase. If I am taking the same transfer function something like this, z minus 1 by 2 by 1 minus z by 4. Now one of the zero is lying outside the unit circle. 1 0 at z equals to 4. Automatically it is called as what? Mixed phase or non-minimum phase system. Mixed phase or non-minimum phase. Funny thing is, for the transfer functions h1z, h2z, h3z I have written, sir, they will always contribute same magnitude response. Their magnitude is same. Their magnitude is same. But they will show different phase response curve. Actually, why the word minimum phase or maximum phase? Let me explain roughly for you. When you try to draw the phase angle versus frequency curve for a minimum phase system, roughly you are going to observe the graph like this. For a minimum phase system, if you draw phase angle versus frequency, sir, the net phase difference equals to theta of pi minus theta of 0, both are 0. Here 0, here 0. Whereas for a maximum phase system, if you try to draw phase angle versus frequency curve, sir, for a maximum phase system, if you draw phase angle versus frequency curve, roughly it is going to appear like this. Roughly it is going to, now the net phase difference is maximum, theta of pi minus theta of 0 is pi. Between 0 to pi, any number you got means that is mixed phase. Based on the phase response curve, we got that word minimum phase or maximum phase, not simply because of poles and zeros location. Everyone recollect what is group delay formula we studied? Minus d theta omega by d omega. In the case of minimum phase system, what is the net phase difference? Answer 0. Whenever you want least group delay, design a minimum phase system. A minimum phase system will provide what for us? A minimum phase system will provide what? Minimum group delay or least group delay. Why its group delay is lesser? The net phase difference for a minimum phase system is 0. So whenever you want least group delay, which type of system we should design? Minimum phase. You must be thorough with the definitions. Linear phase, I am not giving any example now because already we have seen yesterday. An FIR filter with symmetrical or anti-symmetrical impulse response means linear phase. Based on the phase response, there are 4 forms of systems. Based on the phase response, what are they? Minimum phase, maximum phase, mixed phase, linear phase, based on the phase response curve. Okay. Maximum mixed phase, they can have poles also. In these examples, poles are not there. Huh? The examples I have given, poles are there or not? The purpose of introducing zeros in the numerator is 2 reasons. To convert unstable system to stable system, we have to introduce a zero where the pole is exactly located. That is one reason. Second reason, sir, they will also contribute phase response. They will also contribute phase response. Any minimum phase system will have minimum group delay. Minimum phase system is providing minimum group delay, least group delay. How graphs drawn? Take that example and draw, bacha. Roughly I have drawn. Calculate frequency response, calculate the frequency response, phase angle curve, draw the curve, then you will know. Z plus e power j omega magnitude phase angle, then you draw theta of omega phase angle curve, you will know. Roughly I have shown here. Some previous competitive exam questions I will give on minimum phase, maximum phase. Respond everyone. If this is the transfer function given, which is a FIR filter, just 3 samples are there. It is acting like which system? Out of these 4 options, which is correct, sir? Is it minimum phase, maximum phase, mixed phase or linear phase? That is my question. Second order transfer function is given. You should tell me, is it minimum phase, maximum phase, mixed phase, linear phase? Linear. Arey bacha, how it is linear? See the coefficients are 1, 7 by 2, 3 by 2. They are symmetric and anti-symmetric. 1, 3.5, 1.5. Solve for the roots. 1 plus 3z inverse into 3 and 1 by 2. 1 plus 3z inverse into 1 plus half z inverse. 3 plus 1 by 2 is 7 by 2. 3 into 1 by 2 is. So the zeros are placed at minus 3 and minus 1 by 2, sir. 1 0 inside, 1 0 outside. Mixed phase. 1 0 is inside, 1 0 outside. Mixed phase system. Now you tell me. Upper one is mixed phase, 1 0 inside, 1 0 outside, sir. Lower one H2Z. This can be written as 1 minus 1 by 2 Z inverse into 1 plus 1 by 4. So where the zeros are located? At 1 by 2 and minus 1 by 4. Both are inside the unit circle, means which system? Minimum phase system. Both are inside the unit circle. Minimum phase, sir. Be thorough with the system definitions. Minimum phase, maximum phase, non-minimum phase or mixed phase, linear phase. Linear phase, what is our compulsory requirement? Symmetrical or anti-symmetrical impulse response. Symmetrical or anti-symmetrical impulse response. Array FIR filter all poles. Last two examples I selected is FIR filter. For every FIR filter, all poles lie at origin. Previous examples I have given is IAR. You solve multiply numerator and numerator by z square plus 7 by 2 z plus 3 by 2 divided by z square. Every pole of FIR filter lies at origin. 100% FIR filters are stable. These two examples are FIR system. Finite number of samples we have chosen. Every FIR filter pole lie at origin, sir. Second order means 2 poles. Fourth order means 4 poles at origin. Please answer me this question. What is the inverse Z transform of logarithm of 1 plus AZ inverse with ROC mod Z greater than mod A? To convert logarithm to normal form, application of differentiation in Z domain property. N into xn Z transform is minus Z into d by dz xz. That is a hint for you. N into x of n Z transform is minus Z into d by dz xz. Good, good. Use the property hint I have provided. Use the property and find out xn. Make a try, everyone. Given ROC indicates it is a right-sided sequence. Mod Z greater than mod A means right-sided sequencer. Think answer. You have not completed. I'll solve that. First you make a try. Logarithm to normal form means application of differentiation. Use the property, sir. When we differentiate with respect to Z, logarithm part differentiation 1 by 1 plus AZ inverse. Log x means 1 by x. Then bracket term differentiation is minus a z power minus 2. D by dz of AZ inverse. But for the application of property, we require minus z extra. Multiply both sides by minus z, sir. Multiply both sides by. Write the inverse Z transform. Everyone see here carefully. 1 by 1 plus AZ inverse is looking like our formula. Left side expression n into xn. Left side expression n into xn from properties are. Right side a. 1 by 1 plus AZ inverse means minus a power n un. But still extra Z inverse is there means that is indicating shifting of how many samples. The extra Z inverse indicates shifting of how many samples are? One sample. According to the given ROC, it is a right side signal, sir. 1 by 1 plus AZ inverse means minus a whole power n un. Minus a whole power n un. Extra Z inverse indicates one sample of shift. Drag the n in the denominator, you got xn. Drag the n multiply in the denominator. It means you know xn. Differentiation of logarithm part 1 by 1 plus AZ inverse. Then differentiation of AZ inverse is minus a z power. Multiply both sides by minus z. Then you will get the answer. If poles are lying outside the unit circle, then it is treated as unstable system. Karonata. Maximum we want stability means poles must lie inside the unit circle. That we are going to learn anyway. Causality, stability again here also, sir. Another simple gate question that was asked for you. Let me ask that question. Y of z is given as 1 by 1 minus 2z inverse whole square mod z greater than 2. That fellow wants find y of n value at n equals to 2. That is the question, sir. Z transform expression is given. Given ROC indicates it is right-sided. Mod z greater than 2 means outside the unit circle or not, right-sided. He wants the signal value at n equals to 2. He wants the signal value at n equals to 2. Think and answer me. One hint is denominator can be written as 1 minus AZ inverse multiplied by same thing. Multiplication in Z domain is convolution in time. Denominator can be written as 1 minus AZ inverse into same thing. 1 minus AZ inverse forms are. Multiplication in Z domain is convolution in time domain. So the inverse Z transform, if you write 1 by 1 minus AZ inverse means A power n un convolved with itself. What is A power n un convolved by A power n un? We know n plus 1 into A power n un. Yesterday also we discussed this point. Recollect. A power n un convolved with A power n un. Anyway, that fellow wants the answer where, sir? At n equals to 2. 2 plus 1 into 2 square. 2 plus 1 into by looking at the denominator, you can feel. By looking at the denominator, you can feel that it is like 1 minus AZ inverse into 1 minus AZ inverse multiply. Substitute n place 2, sir. Convolution property like we studied in Laplace, again R1 intersection R2. If there is no pole zero cancellation tag. R1 intersection R2 if there is no pole zero cancellation, sir. This is another funny question. Generally, this is asked regularly for instrumentation fellows. Input signal Z transform is given. Impulse response is also given. We want the output at 4. If you want the output at 4, yz expansion should contain z power minus 4 multiplier. If you have z power minus 4 multiplier in output, sir, automatically output at 4 is there. Correct or not? Everyone see the product xz into hz. See the product xz into hz and tell me, do we have output at 4 or not? Xz into hz. Very funny question. Yn is xn convolved hn. When you apply z transform, yz is xz into hz. Product is z power 4 plus z square minus 2z plus 2 minus 3z power minus 4 into what is z transform of impulse response, sir? Expand the product 2z, 2z inverse, 4z power minus 2, 4z power minus 3, 6z power, jump coefficient of z power minus 4 in yz. It is not there. Means output at n equals to 4 is 0. No z power minus 4 multiplier in yz expansion. So output at 4 is 0 or not? Same question, what is the output at 7? Same question, what is the output at 7, sir? Minus 6. Z power minus 7 coefficient is what? Minus 6. Same question, output at 7 means minus 6. Correct? Good, good. It is a funny question. Today, beginning only we observed z power minus n0. N0 denotes the sample location or not, sir? Z power minus 3 means impulse at 3. Z power 5 means impulse at minus 5. Answer this question, then we'll go for a short break. I hope everyone completed the previous slide. Enjoy this question. Consider a signal y of n equals to x1 of n plus 3 convolved x2 of minus n plus 1. x1n and x2n are given. We want yz with ROC. Application of how many properties here, sir? Time shifting, convolution and reversal. Convolution means always we are expecting R1 intersection R2. Some fellows want 17F. Dekho beta. Some fellows want 16F. By application of 3 properties, tell me whether common ROC is there or not. Come on. Y of n is x1 of n plus 3 convolved x2 of minus of n minus 1. According to our property notation, n0 is minus 3 and 1 respectively. First time minus 3, next time plus 1, sir. So if you apply Z transform, Z power minus n0 into xz, Z power minus n0 into xz, convolution becomes product. Z inverse into shift of one sample. X minus n means what is the Z transform? We want to multiply x1z and x2z inverse. It is a valid product only when we have common ROC. That point we have to check. We want to make x1z multiplied by x2 z inverse. ROC of x1z directly without solving mod z greater than 1 by 2, sir. ROC of x2z is mod z greater than. So what is ROC of x2 z inverse reversal? Greater than 1 by 3 becomes what? Less than 3. Less than. As we are multiplying x1z and x2z inverse, as we are multiplying x1z and x2z inverse, where the common ROC lies for yz, sir? 1 by 2 to 3. We want to multiply x1z and x2z inverse. It is a valid product only when you have common ROC or not. Note down the z transforms there. x1z is 1 by 1 minus half z inverse. What is x2 z inverse meaning? 1 by 1 minus z by 3. Substitute these two terms there. Okay. Before finding the z transform, check the ROC that everyone knows the technique. Right side signal greater than 1 by 2, here greater than 1 by 3. But we want for reversal term, sir. Reversal term means greater than 1 by 3 becomes less than 3. Intersection 1 by 2 to 3. Correct or not? Okay. I think you got heat. Take short break. Take a short break and come back, sir. Okay, hope everyone came back. Let us continue our discussion. Suppose a transfer function is given as like this and asked for what is the nature of the filter. What you can say, sir? Transfer function is given. We have to decide whether it is acting like low pass filter, high pass filter, band pass, band stop, like that. Yesterday we observed omega tends to 0, omega tends to pi, one logic. But the direct logic is what? In Z domain. If you take Z equals to 1, 1 plus 1 by 1 plus Z equals to minus 1 also, answer is same. Substitute Z place minus 1, then also answer is starting ending same, means it is acting like which filter, sir? Band stop filter. Band stop. See here everyone. With respect to circle, this is omega 0, omega pi by 2, omega pi. Equivalent Z numbers are what? Z equals to 1, Z equals to J, Z equals to minus 1. If you substitute here Z place J in the given examples are J square plus 1 by J square plus 0.25 gone. Answer is 0. Starting ending same, means we know it is treated as which filter? Band stop system or not? Starting ending, that is treated as a band stop filter. Okay. Instead of omega place 0 and pi, which value of Z now we are substituting, sir? Z place 1 as well as minus 1. Z place 1 and minus 1. The same question may be asked by giving pole zero plots also. By giving pole zero plot also, they may ask for what type of filter they are denoting. The thick circle is unit circle, big circle. Here big circle we have is unit circle. From the pole zero plot, how to decide the nature of the filter? From the pole zero, again you calculate transfer function and we can say the answer, sir. Calculate the transfer function. What is the transfer function of first pole zero plot? Kz by z minus 0.5. Kz by z minus 0.5. So what is its value starting? K by 0.5 means simply 2K. But what is the value in the ending, sir? Minus K by minus 1.5. Substitute Z place minus 1 minus K by starting 2K, ending 0.66K. It is acting like which filter then? Low pass system. It is acting like low pass filter. Starting 2K, ending 0.66K. It is a low pass system. Write the transfer function instead of omega, 0 and pi. Which numbers we are substituting in the Z plane? Z equals to 1 and Z equals to minus 1, sir. Z equals to 1 and Z equals to minus 1. Similarly, what is the transfer function for the second pole zero plot? Kz by Z plus 0.5. Second one. So if you take starting Z equals to 1, K by 1.5 means 0.66K, but ending minus K by minus 0.5, that is 2K. Starting less, ending more means high pass system or not? Starting less, ending high pass filter. Third one, this thick circle is unit circle, means this is plus 1 minus 1 plus j minus j or not, sir? So numerator becomes what? Z plus 1 into Z minus 1 means Z square minus 1. Denominator is Z square plus 1. Numerator root 0, Z minus 1 into Z plus 1. Z plus j into Z minus j. So third transfer function becomes what? How to decide which type of filter? Arey bacha, that only I am discussing now, na? Arey, we started our discussion with that point only. Observe starting value, ending value, like we have done yesterday. Instead of omega 0 pi, we are substituting Z plus 1 and Z plus minus 1. Third case, h of z at z equals to 1, jump 0. Similarly, h of z at z equals to minus 1 also 0. Starting ending 0 means which filter, sir? Starting ending 0 means which filter? Band pass. Band pass. Starting 0, ending 0 means band pass system. Last one, no need to solve. Pole at 1 by 2, 0 at 2. Whenever the pole and 0 are reciprocal to each other, it is an all-pass filter. All-pass filter transfer function will appear like this, sir. Alpha plus Z inverse by 1 plus alpha Z inverse. So we have pole at Z equals to minus alpha, 0, solve for 0, numerator, minus 1 by alpha. Pole at minus alpha, take alpha common. 0 at minus 1 by. Whenever the pole and 0 are reciprocal to each other, it is an all pass filter. Pole and 0 are reciprocal to each other means it corresponds to all pass filter. Poles and zeros are reciprocal to each other. That is one style. Or numerator polynomial is mirror image of denominator polynomial. Numerator polynomial is mirror image of denominator polynomial means both ways you can treat that as all pass filters. Everyone see here. What are the numerator coefficients? See the cursor, everyone. See the cursor. Numerator coefficients alpha 1. Denominators are 1 alpha. That way also you can say it is all pass filter. One way, pole and 0 location you find out. They must be reciprocal. Another way, numerator coefficient alpha 1, denominator 1 alpha. That way also you can say it as all pass system. Whenever the pole and 0 are reciprocal to each other in the Z domain, or numerator polynomial is mirror image of denominator polynomial, then it becomes all pass filter. For introducing zeros, we are using compensation approach. In controls, that is what you are learning, compensation. Not only these examples, sir. Assume I have given some transfer function like this without mentioning AB numbers. What is the numerator polynomial coefficients here? BA1, denominator 1AB, mirror image. Numerator BA1, denominator 1AB, automatically which filter? All filter or not? Automatically it is. That is what our second statement. Poles and zeros are reciprocal to each other. One condition. Numerator polynomial is mirror image of denominator polynomial. That way also we can say it is all pass filter. Both ways we can say. In the next slide, what I have shown, numerator roots are BA1. BA1 are the coefficients. Denominator 1AB, mirror image or not. Whenever you have mirror image of numerator and denominator polynomial, automatically it is which filter? All pass system. If I give impulse response like this, then you think and answer me. (0.8 del n plus 0.36 into minus 0.8 whole power n minus 1 u of n minus 1. Even impulse response is given, you have to obtain transfer function first. What is the Z transfer? 0.8, 0.36. A power n un means 1 by 1 minus A Z inverse into extra Z inverse. See here, sir, shift of one sample means Z inverse. A power n un, A is negative. Further enjoyment is what? 0.8 plus 0.64 Z inverse plus 0.36 Z inverse means 0.8, 0.8 into 0.8 means 0.64. I will do addition here neatly. 0.64 plus 0.36, 1.00. 64 plus 36 is 100, or not? How the numerator denominator polynomial are appearing? Numerator coefficient 0.81, denominator automatically which filter? Numerator coefficients 0.8 and 1, denominator 1 and 0.8, automatically which filter? All pass system or not? Like yesterday we substituted omega place 0 and pi. Now what we are substituting? Z place 1, Z place minus 1, sir. What is the left side question answer? It is a funny question. A system with transfer function has impulse response that is defined for 2 samples. At 2 it is 1, at 3 it is minus 1. Out of the 2 statements, which is correct? It is stated Hz is low pass. Second statement Hz is FIR. Low pass is wrong. When you write the transfer function H2 Z power minus 2 plus H3 Z power minus 3, only 2 samples it is valid, sir. That means Z power minus 2 minus Z power at 2 plus 1, at 3 minus 1. If I take Z power minus 2, 1 minus Z inverse, every one of you know it is a high pass filter. Of course, it is contributing extra linear phase. We neatly studied first difference is treated as high pass system or not. Xn minus Xf, it is a high pass system. It is a high pass system. But it is mentioned as low pass. FIR filter bacha 100% correct. Impulse response is defined only for how many samples are? 2 samples. Automatically it is FIR system. FIR filter 100% correct. Not S plus 1 and S plus minus 1 bacha. Z transform. This is Z transform. Z plus 1, Z plus minus 1. S domain S tends to 0, S tends to infinity. कल ही बताया ना. Analog domain S tends to 0, S tends to infinity. Z domain Z plus 1, Z tends to minus 1, sir. Not yes. We know first difference is high pass. The Z transform first difference is 1 minus Z inverse, so it is high pass. Low pass is wrong statement. FIR filter 100% correct because it contains only 2 samples. Only 2 samples are. Okay, let me discuss the next model. Try this question, sir. Let Yn denotes convolution of Hn and Gn. Instead of representing input as Xn, he has represented that as Gn, sir. G of n is a causal sequence, means it covers positive index. Output samples are given. We want to find the input sample at 1. It is like a deconvolution problem. We know output at system, input is unknown. We know output and system input is unknown, means deconvolution example. Solve by your own method. Tell me what is the input sample at 1. G1 we want. What is the input sample at? Deconvolution example. We can say yn equals to gn convolved hn. So yz equals to gz into hz. What is the Z transform system, sir? 1 by 1 minus half Z inverse. Cross multiply. Express the input Z transform in terms of output. Cross multiply yz minus half Z inverse into yz. So what is the inverse Z transform for each term? Gz means gn, yz means yn minus half into y of n minus 1. Gz means gn, sir. Yz means yn minus half into. He wants the input sample at 1, that is y1 minus half into y0. What is y1 number given? 1 by 2. Y0 is, answer is 0. Try to express the input Z transform in terms of output. Then you can say the answer. Try to express the input Z transform in terms of output. Then you can say the answer, sir. Otherwise, you have a habituated method, sum by column method, enjoy that way. Alternative is what, sir? Actually, it is lengthy. Assume input samples like G0, G1, G2 like that. H of n expansion is what? 1 by 2 whole power and n means 1, 1 by 2, 1 by 4, 1 by 1 sample. 1 by 2 whole power 0, 1 by 2 whole power 1. Already output is known for 2 samples for us. By comparison, you can decide. Normal multiplication enjoyment you have to perform. Lengthy. Using Z transform solution is easy. Using Z transform, we got easy solution. Input sample at 1 is 0. I hope everyone completed this slide 21. Try for this. An analog signal is sampled at 9 kHz. The sequences so obtained is filtered by an FIR filter with a transfer function, for which analog frequency magnitude response becomes 0. Alternative method once again. Arey bacha. Assume input is causal sequence means sample like G0, G1, etc. H of n 1 by 1 samples are n plus 0, 1, n plus 1, 1 by 2. Like that you do that normal multiplication sum by column method, compare. Automatically you can say what is G1. That is time waste. Z transform is easy. To convert analog to digital frequency, what we have done? Omega equals to 2 pi f by fs. That is a conversion formula or not? See everyone here. Transfer function is given as 1 minus z power. But the question is, for which analog frequency magnitude response becomes 0? 1 minus e power minus j6 omega. We want to make this quantity 0, sir. Listen. 1 minus e power minus j6, 2 pi omega place. What is our replacement now? 2 pi f by fs. Fs is how much? 9k. It is neatly mentioned for which analog frequency magnitude response becomes 0. If you want to make this term 0, exponential must be e power minus j2 pi 1 minus 1 is 0. Exponential must be e power minus 9 divided by 6 means what is the multiplier you need? 1.5 kHz, 99 jump. Automatically solution is output is 0 or not? Nothing is there. One of the analog frequency means what is f number to make the digital filter response 0? To convert transfer function to frequency response, Z plays e power j omega. But what is omega, sir? Yesterday's last 3-4 problems. Analog to digital frequency conversion 2 pi f by fs. From the given options, check for which value of f it is obeyed. Blindly, if this exponential is e power minus j2 pi, 1 minus 1 becomes 0. To retain e power minus j2 pi, what is the multiplier we need, sir? 9 divided by 6, 1.5 kilohertz is needed. For that frequency, answer becomes 0. Very funny and simple question. This year for ECE, the new model, new topic that is introduced, discrete processing of continuous signals. Based on jet transform, I am discussing one model for you. A sampler is given for which we applied input as a 2 plus cos of 10 pi t plus cos of 20 pi t. Passed through sampler. Later on, it is passed through a digital filter. Later on, it is passed through. Chodda. Space is not sufficient. Overaction. X of t is 2 plus cos 10 pi t plus cos 20 pi t. First it is passed through sampler having sampling rate of 40 Hz. Later on it is passed through a digital filter transfer function 1 plus z power minus 2 plus z power minus 4. Finally it is passed through an ideal low pass filter with cutoff frequency 20 Hz. Find the steady state output. So this is C to D converter means continuous to discrete, middle a digital filter, D to C converter, discrete back to continuous domain. That is what specific build-up this year. Discrete time processing of continuous signals. Solve the question and answer me. Think. First a continuous waveform is passed through sampler. Later on it is passed through digital filter. Here analog low pass is used with cutoff 20. Exact steady state output we want. DC means what is the frequency? F1 is 0. Come on friends. F2 5 Hz, 20 pi means 5 Hz or not. This is 10 Hz. What is analog to digital frequency conversion formula? Come on friends. How to convert this analog to digital frequency? 2 pi f by omega 1 is 0 as f1 is 0. As f1 is 0, omega 1 is. What is omega 2, sir? 2 pi into 5 by 40. Sampling rate how much? 40 Hz. Our second frequency 5. 2 pi into 5 by 5 by 5. What is the third frequency for us? 2 pi into 10 by means 5 by 2. First you convert the analog frequency to digital frequencies by normalization 2 pi f by fs. Why? This is passed through digital filter. That will tell us what magnitude and phase changes are occurring or not. If I replace Z as e power j omega transfer function to frequency response. If I replace Z as e power j omega transfer function to frequency For the first frequency, what is the DC response? Omega plate 0, 1 plus 1 plus 1, 3. Correct? For the second frequency, h of e power j pi by 4, due to second frequency, what will happen, sir? 1 plus omega place pi by 4 means e power minus, again omega place pi by 4 means e power minus j pi minus 1, 1 minus 1 jump, simply minus j, 1 angle minus 90 degrees. Magnitude of minus j, 1 phase angle minus 90 or not. Similarly, check the magnitude response for third frequency. What is the third frequency now? Pi by 2. Substitute there. 1 plus e power minus j pi, e power minus j 2 pi. Of course, that is 1. These two jumps are 1 minus. See the funny thing, cutoff frequency 20 in analog domain. What are the input frequency? 0, 5, 10. Means automatically they are passed. So what is the steady state output I can write, sir? 2 into 3. Magnitude scaling factor how much? Here 2 originally into 3. Next, cos 10 pi t, magnitude 1 only. But for that, what is the phase angle added, sir? 90 degrees. Magnitude 1 only, sir. Phase angle. Last frequency magnitude is again 1. Cos of 20. That is a steady state output. First, you convert the analog frequency to discrete frequencies by this formula 2 pi f by fs. After that, check for that frequencies, what is the magnitude and phase changes this digital filter is making for you. Later on, it is passed through D to A converter, ideal low pass again, to get the steady state output. So whatever the magnitude and phase changes that are occurring, they are scaled here. This is the steady state output answer, sir. This type of model you are going to get this year. This type of model you are going to get this year. Compulsory you are going to get this model. Funny thing, the only thing we should know here is what, sir? How to convert analog to digital frequency. That is the only thing we should know. How to convert analog to digital frequency. By using this sampler, we converted analog to digital. Later on, these frequencies are processed through the filter, means we have observed the magnitude and phase changes. As cutoff is 20, every component of the input is passed. We have written the answer by introducing magnitude and phase changes. By introducing magnitude and phase changes. Have you completed this, everyone? I will wait for 15 seconds. Sinusoidal input to LTI system will guarantee what output again? Sinusoidal output. This is F, output cutoff 15 means what is the problem? You have maximum frequency of 10 only, na? No problem. If 15 heads, this is 10 heads. All components can be passed. What is there, bacha? Suppose if this is 8 heads, the last component cannot be passed, only first 2 terms. Transient response is due to the poles that are lying inside the unit circle. The poles on the unit circle means it is due to sinusoidal waveform, that is called as steady state response. Whenever you apply harmonic or switched harmonic inputs, what is the meaning of harmonic? E power j omega t cos omega t sin omega t. What is the meaning of switched harmonic? Cos omega t ut sin omega t ut. Then the output is called as steady state response. Whenever you apply harmonic inputs and switched harmonic inputs, output is called as steady state response. To say in Z domain, if the poles are lying inside the unit circle, whatever the output you are getting is transient response. The poles that are lying on the unit circle will produce steady state response. Poles lying inside the unit circle will produce transient. Poles lying on the unit circle will produce steady state response. Due to any harmonic input, if you are finding the output, that is called as steady state response. Due to any harmonic input, if you are finding the output, that is called as steady state response. Okay? Shifted version is there, ma. You are right. Fm plus r minus n into fs, they are not needed. They are not needed. Because our target is whether we are recovering the original input signal or not. Even if you take higher frequency components in digital, more than pi will be dragged to less than pi range or not by eliminating the periodicity. So no need of taking that, ma. Okay? Your question is good. As frequency of the output of sampler contains Fm plus or minus n into Fs. Even if you take higher frequency in discrete domain, suppose you got more than pi, again by removing periodicity, you have to drag into which range? Less than pi range. So no need of taking rest of the frequencies. Okay? Everyone should listen this point carefully. Keep your pens aside and observe the explanation which I am giving now carefully, everyone. Next property which we are discussing is accumulation property of jet transform. What is that property is? If Xn jet transform pair with Xz having ROCR, accumulation meaning is what, sir? Addition. Sigma minus infinity to n x of k is having jet transform as Xz by 1 minus Z inverse with the ROC R intersection mod Z greater than 1. With the ROC R intersection mod Z greater than 1. Everyone listen carefully my explanation now. How to remember this formula in easy manner without by-hearting it? Everyone see here. What is the Laplace of d by dt xt? Answer we know. Come on, friends. What is the Laplace of d by dt xt? S into x of SR. What is the discrete equivalent of differentiation? What is the discrete equivalent of differentiation, sir? Difference. Xn minus x of means what is the Z transform for that? 1 minus Z inverse into Xz. 1 minus Z inverse into S is replaced as 1 minus Z inverse means 1 by S is replaced as 1 by 1 minus Z inverse. Why I am introducing 1 by S now, integrator? Here integration, continuous case integration means here accumulation or not. Because I have taken summation here, continuous case integration. What is the term I got? That is what the property are. Listen one more time. D by dt xt Laplace, yes. What is the discrete form of d by dt xt? Xn minus x of, take the Z transform. S multiplier replaced as 1 minus Z inverse. 1 by S is replaced as 1 by 1 minus Z inverse. Why I introduced 1 by S here? Here summation means their integration. Here addition means their integration or not. So we got the property here. Not only that, listen. What is initial value theorem of Z transform? We have taken, Laplace we have taken there. Limit s tends to infinity s into x of s. What is the final value theorem of Laplace? Limit s tends to 0 s into. Now let us see the initial and final value theorem of Z transform directly from Laplace. Start of the chapter we studied that to convert S plane to Z plane, what is the formula we need, sir? Start of the chapter. Z equals to e power STSR. S is tending to infinity means Z is also tending to infinity. S place infinity means Z place infinity. S tends to 0 means Z tends to 1. Substitute S place 0, Z place 1 or not. But this S multiplier is now approximated as which term, sir? 1 minus Z inverse. As Z tends to infinity, Z inverse tends to 0. 1 minus Z inverse S place, which term we are substituting? 1 minus Z inverse. Z tends to infinity means Z inverse tends to, which is simply limit Z tends to infinity XZ. Just for giving clarity, I have written 0. Directly S is approximated as 1 minus Z inverse means Z tends to infinity means 1 by infinity becomes 0, sir. But in the lower case, we will keep S as it is. The reason for that is, if the original Z transform expression contains 1 minus Z inverse in the denominator, cancellation may occur. You cannot say always that answer is 0. In the process of converting Laplace to Z transform, initial and final value, what is the enjoyment? S is tending to infinity means Z is tending to infinity. S tends to 0 means Z tends to 1. But S into X of S, this S multiplier is approximated as which terms are? 1 minus Z inverse that I have substituted. For getting this idea for me, it has took more than 6 to 7 years of teaching experience in the beginning days. This is the 20th year I am teaching signals and systems, sir. Not for build-up, I am saying this. How to convert one property to another property depends on our mental ability. No one has discussed all these points with me. On my own, I have developed. So when you are studying the subject, definitely there will be difficulty. Don't feel I am not getting practice. Practice is needed. If you go on practicing the concepts, automatically you can link one formula to another formula. Okay? Listen. One more time. S tends to infinity, S tends to 0. How that conversion is done in the form of Z, sir? In the beginning of the chapter, we discussed this formula. Z equals to e power STSR. S tends to infinity means Z tends to infinity. S tends to 0 means Z tends to 1. But this extra S multiplier, how it is approximated in the properties are 1 minus Z inverse. But instead of Z inverse, as Z is tending to infinity, Z inverse place we got 0 or not? 1 by infinity is 0. So limit Z tends to infinity XZ. Lower case I kept S term as it is. The reason for that is what? Just in few minutes you will know. What is the reason for keeping that 1 minus Z inverse as it is? Suppose our original Z transform has 1 minus Z inverse in the denominator. After cancellation, you will get some finite answer. You cannot say 100% that answer is 0. You cannot say 100% that answer is 0. No textbook contain this explanation. Only by experience you will get that. You start teaching this subject to your friends. You can improve. You will be better than me on one day. You start teaching to your friends the concepts. when you are learning any new concept, first be confident on you. Don't look for others, sir. If you be confident on you, automatically every concept will come. In 1999-2000 period, when I studied this book, Signals and System by Openham Nawab, on an average, I used to study 7 to 8 hours the textbook. More than 8 months I studied that book. I am saying in the period of 98-99. After studying that much, how much I know means 0.001% only. After studying of 1 year, how much I have understood Openham textbook means hardly 10% of the book. Because the level of presentation is like that. At that age, I don't have that much real knowledge also in the subject. Okay. So, but as years progresses, I used to discuss with my friends, teaching fraternity, different fellows. I used to teach everything, started teaching. Whatever I know, I used to teach. Day by day, I have improved by referring different books. So, don't have a wrong thought when this fellow is saying everything is easy, why I am unable to get. In a single day, you cannot become hero. We are not Rajinikanth. In a single song, 5 minutes, getting crores of rupees. Don't take serious about this. Fans of Rajinikanth, I am also a fan. You should do hard work. Hard work will never go in vain. If you do hard work, every concept will come to you automatically, sir. You should always feel we are the best in the area we have chosen. When you have that confidence, you will go to any level. What for we are learning, why we are studying. If you feel like that, it's very difficult. In your lifetime, for the first time you are listening online classes, I suppose we used to watch TV hardly 2 to 3 hours. But the fellows who are also going to college, morning enjoyment, evening enjoyment, coaching, continuously are watching. What for? To achieve something or not? You are going to do wonders. Be confident on you. If you are confident on you, pakka you will get good result. Okay? Keep my words in mind properly. Why I choose SS and Signals and System only means there is no answer for that here. At that time, there is vacuum in coaching centers. No one is there to teach Signals and System. One great professor, V.M. Rao, before me, sir used to teach in the ACE Academy. Great professor. Professor V.M. Rao, now he is not there. He only introduced me to ACE Academy. From last 16, 17 years, I am working here in ACE. Before I used to roam here and there. All that is different story. What for I have shown all this emotion is be confident on you. You are going to achieve everything. Don't have a wrong thought. Whatever faculty says, immediately it should dump into our small chip, sir. You should do practice, practice, practice. Regular practice is needed. Okay. One excellent example was asked on accumulation property. Let me give that question some time to answer, to get answer from you. Excellent question. What is the is? Two causal signals are related as this summation. Because they mentioned causal summation starts from 0, sir. Y of z expression is given as 2 by z into z minus 1 whole square. That fellow wants what is x of n value at n equals to 2. Find the signal sample at n equals to 2. Accumulator is given from the previous page. You know property. What is accumulator Z transform? Xz divided by 1 minus Z inverse. So already we know YZ means we can calculate XZ. Later on finding the sample at 2. Make a try. Everyone see the previous slides here. Accumulation property. What is the Z transform answer? XZ by 1 minus. Please answer me now. Answer that model. Array background is Raggajini and JDR inventors of jet transform. Just like that, to observe their portraits to get inspiration for everyone, I kept today. They are Raggajini and Jade. They are the inventors of jet transform. Middle build-up fellow, me only. Get the answer, sir. We want x of n at n equals to 2. Come on. Observe here. If you take jet transform, yz equals to xz divided by 1 minus z inverse. It means what is xz, sir? Yz into 1 minus z inverse can be written as 1 minus 1 by z inverse. I am writing as 1 by z. What is yz expression? 2 by z into z minus 1 whole square. 2 by z into z minus 1. So that answer becomes 2 by z square into z minus 1. That fellow wants the signal answer at n equals to 2. If you write a by z square, b by z, c by z minus 1 lengthy. So for that what I am doing is, see everyone here. Numerator I am adjusting z extra. Z by z minus 1 is u of n function or not. Numerator I am adjusting z extra. If I adjust z extra, denominator becomes 2 by z cube. So that can be taken as 2z power minus 3 into z by z minus. Tell me everyone, what is the inverse z transform of this function, sir? 2 into u of n minus 3. So that answer is valid from third sample. Where you want the answer, sir? X of n at n equals to 2, 0. Without having lengthy partial fraction expansion, what I have done, simple adjustment, sir. When you have z by z minus 1, you can write un. So numerator extra z means 2 by z cube, 2z power minus 3. This is un, 2 into u of n minus 3. Okay. Usage of accumulation property must be known here. How to use that property? It must be known. It is mentioned causal signals. That is the reason summation starts from 0. There is no difference in limits, sir. It is mentioned causal function. Causal function means it can start from 0. So till now, whatever the points we checked, they are valid for bilateral jet transform or two-sided jet transform. Whatever the points we have observed till now. Like we studied unilateral Laplace, here also we have unilateral jet transform. Like we studied unilateral Laplace, here also we have unilateral jet transform or single-sided jet transform. Observe here. Unilateral jet transform is strictly defined for causal sequences. The range of summation varies from 0 to infinity, xn into z power minus n. Range of summation varies from 0 to, what is the series expansion of the summation, sir? x0 plus x1 z inverse plus x2 z power minus 2, etc. Okay. Limit z tends to infinity, x of z equals to, what is the right sided answer? If I apply z as infinity for this formula, limit z tends to infinity, x of z means, what is the right side answer? Simply x0. Just know what we studied, how we studied initial value theorem. X0 is limit z tends to infinity, xz. This formula we have written from Laplace directly from z transform. Also answer is same. Limit z tends to infinity, xz means signal at 0. So whenever limit z tends to infinity, xz not equals to infinity, you can say system may be causal. For checking causality without ROC, this is the second technique. Listen carefully, sir. Unilateral jet transform is valid for causal sequences. Summation starts from 0. What is the expansion of the series? x0 plus x1 jet inverse, like that. If I apply both sides, limit z tends to infinity, what is the answer I got? x0. Signal at 0 cannot be infinity. If the answer not equals to infinity, system may be causal. How to understand this point is, listen. Suppose z cube plus z square plus 1 by z square plus 2z plus 1. If this is the transfer function given, sir, z cube plus z square plus 1 divided by z square plus 2z plus 1. Numerator power is more than denominator power means after division definitely we'll get z plus something. Numerator power is more than denominator power. So what is limit z tends to infinity, h of z? Answers are z plus infinity means infinity plus something. 100% it cannot be causal. This transfer function cannot be causal. Why? It has created positive power of z. The expansion of causal sequence contains negative power of z or positive power of z. Everyone see the expansion here. See the cursor. It contains negative power of z, but here we have positive power of z. That is one style. Another style, what is the inverse z transform of z, sir? Z means impulse at -1. If you have impulse at -1, it cannot be causal. Causal sequence starts where? Causal sequence starts from 0. Causal sequence starts from 0. But here we have impulse at -1. Simple way to say without all this is, in Z domain, if numerator power is greater than denominator power, system function cannot be causal. In Z domain, if numerator power is greater than denominator power, system function cannot be causal. Because if numerator power is more than denominator, automatically it will create positive powers of Z. By substituting this condition, answer becomes infinity or not, sir? So without ROC, how to check causality means directly in the given Z transform, substitute Z place infinity. Answer not equals to infinity means system may be causal. If answer is infinity, 100% it cannot be causal, sir. 100% it cannot be causal. Just now we checked in previous slide, that is a 24th slide. Small x0 is limit z tends to infinity xz. From Z domain also what answer you got? From Z domain also what answer you got? Same answer you got. Correct? Same answer. In the jet transform, if numerator power is greater than denominator power, system function cannot be causal. If the numerator power is greater than denominator power, system function cannot be causal. Let us discuss few examples on initial and final value theorem, sir. Some examples on initial and final value. I am moving to next slide. Suppose the jet transform is given as 1 by 1 minus 1.8 z inverse plus 0.8 z power minus 2. Everyone tell me what is the initial and final value. I am giving poles location also for you. 0.8 and 1. 0.8 plus 1 is 1.8. Product is 0.8. Just recollect what is initial and final value theorem formula. Small x0 is limit z tends to infinity xz. Final value limit z tends to 1. 1 minus z inverse into xz. 1 minus z inverse into. Use the properties and tell me what is the answer, sir. Small x0 is limit z tends to infinity xz. Final value means limit z tends to 1, 1 minus z inverse into x object. Use the properties and decide what are the correct values, initial and final values. Come on, friends. Have a thought. Just a minute. Three, four very good questions are there on this. That models I want to discuss. Only 3, 4 examples on initial and final value. But they are excellent questions. What numbers you got? Initial value and final value. Infinity है अरे limit z tends to infinity xz means denominator becomes 1, sir. Answer is 1. Final value 1 minus z inverse into denominator product is 1 minus z inverse into 1 minus 0.8 z inverse. 1 minus z inverse into 1 minus 0.8. These two cancellation 1 by 1 minus 0.8, answer 5. Answer is 5. Initial value 1, final value 5. From this example, you can understand in that explanation why I kept 1 minus z inverse as it is. In that explanation why I kept 1 minus z inverse as it is without cancellation. Because in this example we got finite number or zero, sir. A finite number or not? There is a chance of cancellation of 1 minus Z inverse. It depends on original Z transform. It depends on original Z transform. 1 and 5 is the answer. Good, good. Most of you answered. Similarly, suppose a Z transform is given like this. Now you tell me what are the initial and final values. Suppose a Z transform is given like this. What are the initial and final values? Initial value limit Z tends to infinity yz, answer 1. 1 divided by 1. Limit Z tends to. Final value, if you apply theorem, answer 0, which will be wrong answer. If you apply theorem, you are multiplying by 1 minus Z inverse. Final value theorem not applicable. Because what is the location of the poles? One of the pole outside the unit circle. So when you write Z transform, expansion here, A by 1 plus half Z inverse plus B by 1 minus 3 Z inverse. Inverse Z transform for each term is A into minus 1 by 2 whole power n un, one quantity, sir. B into 3 power n un, another quantity. Y of n as n tends to infinity is infinity. 3 power infinity is infinity, sir. 1 by 2 whole power infinity 0, 3 power infinity is. From the theorem you are saying 0, from time domain answer infinity. Means they have not produced the same answer. What we learned in Laplace, final value theorem fails whenever the poles are lying on j omega axis, poles in the right half of S planar. Here also final value theorem fails when you have poles outside the unit circle as well as complex poles. When you have complex poles, poles lying outside the unit circle, final value theorem cannot be applied. So final value theorem of Z transform is valid if all poles are lying inside the unit circle except simple pole at Z equals to plus or minus 1. Their exception. What is that exception we studied in Laplace? Simple pole at origin. Now the exception are simple pole at Z equals to plus 1 and minus 1. Any pole lying outside the unit circular complex pole means theorem cannot be applied. Any pole lying outside the unit circle or complex pole means theorem cannot be applied. So in this case, correct answer is not applicable. As one of the pole lies outside the unit circle, pole at 3, sir, theorem cannot be applied. Theorem cannot be applied. One of the pole lying outside the unit circle means theorem cannot be applied. I am going to next one. Study the left side question and answer me. Z transform is given as 0.5 divided by 1 minus 2 Z inverse. ROC of Z transform includes unit circle. What is initial value? Please respond the answer, sir. For the left side question, what is the answer? 0.5 divided by 1 minus 2 Z inverse is given. ROC of jet transform includes unit circle. What is small x0 is the question. The given statement ROC of jet transform includes unit circle means pole is lying at 2, mod jet must be less than 2. Then only ROC includes unit circle. If mod jet is less than 2 for the given statement, it will act like a left-sided sequence. The given statement has changed the nature of the signal to left-sided signal. A power n multiplied by minus u of minus n minus 1. Left side means a power n multiplied by minus u of. This signal stops at minus 1, but where you want the answer? So answer is 0. Don't apply emotionally property. Our property is applicable for unilateral jet transform or causal sequences. But the given statement indicates that ROC of jet transform must include unit circle means we should take mod jet less than 2 or greater than 2, sir. Less than 2. Less than 2 means left side signal. What is the left side signal formula? A power n multiplied by minus u of minus n, which is stopping at minus 1. So answer at 0 is 0. Suppose this condition is not given, you can say 0.5. If that condition is not given, 0.5 is correct. Given condition has changed the nature of the signal. Given condition has changed the nature of the signal. Answer is not 0.5, 0, because it is a left-sided signal. Yes. Think about this. Another 2 problems are there. After that, I'll stop. Another 2 models. Very good questions. Apply final value theorem for xn equals to 1 for even samples, 0 for odd samples. Assume the signal is causal. Assume the signal is. First, everyone calculate the jet transform, sir. Causal signal means 0 to infinity it covers, but 0 to infinity only valid index are what? Even index. For even index, what is the amplitude given, sir? 1 plus jet power minus 2 plus jet power minus 4 plus jet power minus 6, etc. 1 by 1 minus jet power minus 2. So it is 1 minus z inverse into 1 plus. When you apply final value theorem, what is the extra multiplier in numerator? 1 minus z inverse extra multiplier. After cancellation, answer becomes 1 by 2. I have given the statement by the application of the theorem. Correctly speaking, at the verge of instability, we applied the property. Poles are at plus or minus 1. At the verge of instability, we applied the theorem. Very good. Some of you have answered. Very good. Out of 0 to infinity samples, only even index it is valid. Expand the series 1 plus z power minus 2 z power minus 4 like that, sir. A minus B. Just now we stated simple pole at z equals to plus or minus 1 is an exception. Simple pole at z equals to plus or minus 1 is an exception. We can apply the theorem. I am moving to next slide. This is one very good question. Think and answer. Raise hand, no tension, wait till I complete. After that, you can raise your hand continuously till I answer. Input signal is 2 plus 5 sin 100 pi t ut, that is sampled at a rate of 400 Hz. Later on, it is applied to an averaging filter, sir. 1 by n, 1 minus z power minus n into 1 minus z inverse. What is the output of the system under steady state? At infinite time, what is the output? Answer is the question. Continuous input is given. Continuous input is given. Sampling rate is given. Later on passed through digital filter. What is the output of the system under steady state? Think. First you convert continuous signal to discrete form. The answer becomes 2 plus 5 sine 100 pi t u of NTS. Even if you don't take ut, nothing will happen. Anyway, it is a positive sided function. Okay, u of NTS form. U of NTS can be also written as un or not. That becomes 2 plus 5 sine of, sorry, here what I would write, t plus NTS pi n by 4. The periodicity of the signal is 8 samples. You know the technique. I hope you have remembered. Periodicity of sinusoid discrete case omega naught by 2 pi is m by n. So n is 8 sample, pi by 4 by 2 pi. Listen now. 2 plus 5 sine pi n by 4. This is passed through which system? H of z. If I replace z as e power j omega, we got periodicity of 8 samples. 1 minus e power minus j 8 omega by 1 minus e power. Listen. Stop that, raise hand. Frequency is omega 0, omega pi by 4. Let us check the output answer, sir. One input constant number, another input pi by 4. Due to x of n equals to 2, what is the DC response h of e power j0? If I substitute, limit omega tends to 0, 1 by 8 into 1 minus e power minus j8 omega by 1 minus e power 0 by 0 condition you will get. So automatically we are applying L'Hospital rule or not? 0 by 0 condition. So numerator, it is 8 e power minus j8 omega. Denominator simply e power minus j. That is making answer as 1. Due to the input xn equals to 2, DC response is 1, sir. But due to second input, xn equals to 5 sine pi n by 4. Everyone see here. H of e power j pi by 4 becomes h of e power j pi by 4. If I substitute pi by 4 here, the response is 0. Second input cannot be passed. So finally, what is the output answer, sir? Input 2 into h of e power j0. Input is 2, h of e power 0. So what is the output final value? Output is a constant number, means what is the final value of output? Just 2. 8 periodicity, bacha, omega naught by 2 pi is m by n. Pehle class periodicity. Discrete signal, sinusoids, how we are finding periodicity? Omega naught by 2 pi is m by n. What is the frequency here, sir? Pi by 4. Pi by 4 by 2 pi. 1 by 8 means periodicity of 8 samples. We have two digital frequencies, omega 0, omega pi by 4. But omega pi by 4 cannot be passed through the system, response 0. Omega 0 after L'Hospital condition, DC response 1, 2 into 1. So what is output at under steady state means 2. So many fellows will apply seriously the theorem. The funny thing is there is no jet transform for 2. 1 for all means there is no jet transform. You should solve by this concept only. Otherwise question is wrong. Excellent question. Just before 4 years it is asked for electrical bachas. Every fellow will take emotionally 0. Because they feel 1 minus Z inverse is the multiplier, cancellation, directly they will substitute, sir. Answer is 2. First you convert continuous to discrete form T plus NTS. Later on check the frequency response. First input can be passed, second input suppressed. Okay. Output is a constant number, means at infinite time also. What is the answer for us? Just 2 only. At infinite time also. Answer is? Please try the last model for today. Last example. Very easy question. If h of n is a del n plus 1 by 3 whole power n un is unit sample response. Unit sample response means impulse response only. Don't be tensed. LSI, linear time invariant, other name is linear shift. S of n is the step response. It means xn is un, sir. H of n is what? A del n plus 1 by 3 whole power n. The question is, what is the value of A that will make steady state step response 0? To make final value of output 0, what is A number is the question. Think and answer me. Apply final value theorem for output. I have written the given data. What is A number? What is A number? To make final value of output 0. Y of infinity equals to limit z tends to 1, 1 minus z inverse into yz. Yz meaning is xz into hz, sir. This quantity 0. Input z transform is what? Un means 1 by 1 minus. What is the z transform system, sir? A plus 1 by 1 minus 1 by 3. These two jump 0 equals to A plus 1 by 1 minus 1 by 3. What is A number? Blindly apply final value theorem for output. Blindly apply final value theorem for output. It is mentioned y of infinity 0. Steady state output is 0 or not? Steady state output is 0. Just have a glance of initial and final value theorem once it is uploaded. Okay. That's all for today. Tomorrow, be ready with your calculators also. Some simple problems of filters I may solve tomorrow. Be ready with your calculators. Sharp 5 o'clock. That's all for today. Good night.
Audible, sir. Hello.
Bolo.
Sir, in second last question, why don't we apply final value theorem?
Which one?
Second last, previous one. Here also they have
final value.
Here also they have asked under steady state now.
But there is no jet transform now. You cannot apply xz into hz.
Okay.
2 is the DC input. One for all time, no Laplace. One for all index. Here also no jet transform.
Okay. Sir, 10F. Page number 10.
Okay.
So I didn't understand this. Can you just explain?
This is a left-sided sequence given. What is left-side sequence? Our form, how we learned a power n u minus n minus 1 है ना?
Right.
इधर u minus n minus 2 दिया बोले तो left shift करना है.
Right.
You want u minus n minus. So after making left shift, exponential power, what adjustment we need? N plus 1 minus 1 is needed. Okay. Minus 1 by 3 whole inverse means what is the number, sir? Minus 3. Because it is shifted n naught minus 1 z power minus n naught times the z transform of original signal, left side signal, compulsory opposite sign है ना?
So here we take minus n with numerator minus z Right.
अरे बच्चा z power minus n naught बोले तो n naught minus 1 है ना, z power minus n naught
Coefficient of z is -1. Why?
आप n naught कितना है, -1 है ना.
That I got, but coefficient of z, why have you taken -1?
Where?
Ah,
अरे बच्चा लेफ्ट साइड सीक्वेंस है, एक्स्ट्रा माइनस साइन इज देयर ना फार्मूला. a power n u minus n minus 1 z transform is what, -1 by 1 minus a z inverse na.
okay.
Left side signal compulsory, that is the reason this extra negative sign as it is
Okay.
-1 z power minus n naught.
Got it.
अरे क्या है
I
भैया.
forgot that sign. Okay,
हाँ.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Wait.
Hello. Sir, could you open 8F, sir?
8f
Yes, sir.
tell me.
Sir, here, sir, a small doubt, sir. Here that 0, that magnitude was given 1, sir. Then how you took this 1 by 4 minus r by 2 equals to 1? Sir?
अरे हमारा फार्मूला क्या है यार, 1 by 1 minus a z inverse बोले तो ये पोल ले रहे हैं ना, a is the pole na. I have done the conversion that way, numerator should contain 0 na. I adjusted that like 1 plus a z inverse form. This is 0 location. I adjusted like our formula form.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Only adjustment.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have doubt with 9F, sir.
1 minute. Yes, sir.
Sir, once explain that one, sir. There,
Normally, we said for complex poles and zeros, if they are occurring in conjugate,
yes,
signal
sir.
is real. One clarity we got is signal is real. Choice is between A and C.
Yes, sir.
But after simplifying the transfer function, when you start performing division,
Yes, sir.
so it contains 0, 4, 8, 12. Some fellows in the exam hall, they felt that as 4, 8, 12 are even index, they have chosen this option.
Yes, sir.
But 2, 6, 10 are also even index na, at that location amplitude 0. So don't choose this option. First option is correct. That is what I said.
Yes, sir. And I have doubt in 28F, sir.
8.
Yes, sir. So once explain this one, sir. Includes unit circle, you said no, sir.
ROC of jet transform includes unit circle, means shaded portion must include unit circle. Where the pole is there in the problem 2.
Yes,
For
sir.
inclusion of unit circle, you should take ROC as mod jet less than 2 or greater than 2, sir.
Less than 2, sir.
Less than 2 means signal left side or right side?
Left side, sir.
Left side means where the signal will stop -1. But where you want the answer?
Yes, sir. At 0, sir.
Over.
Got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Also, my doubt is the same pace, sir. Like you told the x equal to 0 because of the left side circle.
Speak loudly, ma. Your voice is breaking.
Yeah, it's audible now, sir.
Tell me.
Yeah. Also, you told that x equal to 0 because of the left side circle, sir. The same
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have doubts, sir. Why? Like the reason behind it.
No, your voice is continuously breaking.
It's audible now.
No, sometimes it is audible and it is breaking.
Okay.
Yes, ma. Tell me.
Yeah. Also, x equal to 0, sir. You told x equal to 0 because of the left side circle.
Yes, left side signal is stopping at -1, but we want the answer at 0, so you cannot apply the theorem there.
Okay. Yeah. Got it, sir. Yeah.
Okay. That's all?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Yes.
Hello? Sure. So in 9F, page 9F. So here just one clarity. If Hn equals 0, then we are saying then Hn does not exist for that bit.
Hn equals to 0. Who said?
So here for n equals 2, 6, 10, we are getting Hn.
No, ma. H0 is 1. Starting sample is 1. That is the reason K we adjusted as 1.
So when we are getting Hn equals 0 for n equals 2, 6, 10, that even values.
Then also rest of the samples are treated as every. Okay, for odd index it is 0 na. It may not be not there, but still for odd index also answer is 0 na. Hn is real for all n is correct.
Okay. And so page number 20F.
Yes.
Yes, yes, so how are we saying that it is HPF?
First difference is high pass filter. Yesterday only we solved the problem. Xn plus XR. First filter question I started with this only. See yesterday's slides. 1 minus Z inverse
This
is not
means HPF, yeah.
1 minus Z inverse. If I substitute Z place 1, 0. If I substitute Z place minus 1, 2. Ending more. High pass filter or not?
Yeah. And so also what do we mean when we say that a system is minimum phase system? Does that mean that the
Minimum phase means it will provide the least group delay. Minimum phase means whatever the phase curve you are sketching, highest phase minus lowest phase will be if it is 0. If it is minimized to 0, it is minimum phase system.
so we are defining the phase systems according to the group delay that they are providing.
Yes.
Okay. And non-minimum phase, what happens then?
That way only. Non-minimum phase means as digital 0 to pi is our range. If pi is there, maximum phase. 0 to pi, any number, pi by 4, pi by 2 means it is like mixed phase or non-minimum. If you got minimum of 0, then it is minimum phase system.
Got it. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Sir, today 2F, I think, sir. 2F.
Tell me.
Sir, here for second example, sir. Sir, here we need to consider the poles and shaded area, right, sir? For
Yes.
3 minus 3, shaded area is right side.
Minus 3 shaded area, right side. What right side? This is a S plane, jet plane. This is which plane? Jet plane. Who said
Yes.
right side or left side for you? With respect to the pole minus 3, whether ROC is inside or outside, that is the word I used.
Okay, sir.
Right side, left side is S plane, not jet plane.
Okay, sir. If it is inside, then it will be left you need to take, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Sir, last but one problem, sir.
What is that page number?
Page number 29.
Tell me.
Sir, here last step I didn't get, sir.
Last step, due to the second input, second frequency pi by 4, frequency response is substitute omega plus pi by 4, sir. This is e power minus j2 pi, na? 1 minus 1 is 0.
Yes.
Means this system is not passing that second frequency. Only first frequency is passed there. Because I got DC response as 1. 2 into 1 becomes 2. What is asked? Output of the system under steady state. 2 is a constant everywhere, na? So at infinite time also, what is the answer? 2 only.
2.
Steady state means infinite time. At infinite time, what is the answer? 2 only.
Okay, sir. Sir, one more in 9F, sir. Sir, here we are getting values for even, right, sir? Then how for all the real value of
That
n?
is what wrong here. 0, 4, 8, 12 or even means 2, 6, 10 are odd index are there. At that location, samples are not existing. Means Hn amplitude is 0 only at that location. Hn is real for all n is correct. Only even n means 2, 6, 10 are not even index. At that location, it is 0 or not, which are not occurring.
Okay. Okay, got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Hello, sir. Sir, 29F, sir. Sir, I didn't get that problem, sir. Second part.
What second part? First you are done sampling. This problem just now is solved now. That convolution only is solved now. Due to the input frequencies, find out the system response. Due to constant number 2, I got DC response 1 after simplification. Due to the second frequency, just now before fellow I explained the same story. Omega plus pi by 4 if I substitute, it is becoming e power minus j2 pi. 1 minus 1 is 0. 0 by something is 0.
Zero.
Means second frequency cannot be passed. 2 into 1 is 2. He wants steady state output. Output is 2 means everywhere it is 2 only. Na? At infinite time also answer is 2 only.
Sir, steady state input means final value theorem can't be applied, sir, here.
As we cannot apply only all this enjoyment. For sinusoidal inputs, you cannot apply final value theorem now. You already know that. Laplace also will have same story here also.
Okay, sir. Done, sir. Got it, sir. Thank you.
Sir, my doubt is cleared, sir.
Okay.